again. Run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. Boy, what's time for the people in the back, get 'em up. Boy, what's time for the people in the back, get 'em up. Boy, what's time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back, for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
people in the back, get 'em up. Boy, what's time for the people in the back, get 'em up. Boy, what's time for the people in the back, get 'em up. Boy, what's time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back, for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta again. Run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back. For the people in the back, 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 back. For the people in the back, 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 back. For the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back. For the people in the back, 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 back. For the people in the back, 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 back. For the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta again. Run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back. For the people in the back, 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 back. For the people in the back, 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 back. For the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back, for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
RP812 available now. Loyal Royale Pass subscribers, don't miss out. Royale Pass activation streak perks are more enticing than ever. Get an epic legendary dynamic nickname and info card. Go to the Royale Pass page and tap here to learn more about RP perks. Also, purchase for 2 seasons in a row to enjoy 50% off your first 3 item purchases at the RP shop. Don't miss out if you've already purchased RPA11. Consecutively activate Elite Pass a certain number of times to get the Royale Pass supporter info card and dynamic nickname. Consecutively activate Elite Pass Plus a certain number of times to get an advanced special RP level card. Plus the Royale Pass devotee info card and dynamic nickname. The longer your Royale Pass activation streak, the lower the cost of the Easy Mission license. Purchase the RP 3 times in a row to get it for free, and get an exclusive advanced RP marker. The dynamic nicknames and info cards mentioned above are exclusive to loyal RP subscribers. They're sure to be worthy of your collection. Become a loyal Royale Pass subscriber today to get more perks. RP812 available now. Loyal Royale Pass subscribers. Don't miss out. Royale Pass activation streak perks are more enticing than ever. Get an epic legendary dynamic nickname and info card. Go to the Royale Pass page and tap here to learn more about RP perks. Also, purchase for 2 seasons in a row to enjoy 50% off your first 3-item purchases at the RP shop. Don't miss out if you've already purchased RPA11. Consecutively activate Elite Pass a certain number of times to get the Royale Pass supporter info card and dynamic nickname. Consecutively activate Elite Pass Plus a certain number of times to get an advanced special RP level card. Plus the Royale Pass devotee info card and dynamic nickname. The longer your Royale Pass activation streak, the lower the cost of the Easy Mission license. Purchase the RP 3 times in a row to get it for free, and get an exclusive advanced RP marker. The dynamic nicknames and info cards mentioned above are exclusive to loyal RP subscribers. They're sure to be worthy of your collection. Become a loyal Royale Pass subscriber today to get more perks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good here. Finally, great to be back here on the caster desk with you, Annie, and let's just try to run this one down as we move along. Once again, this is the training grounds of the pro scene in Nepal, and well, I mean, I'm just pretty much excited to be here, Annie.
I'm not.
Oh,
You're right.
oh,
Hello, guys. I don't know if I was heard a
Looking
while
like
ago.
Annie, looking like Annie has been, you know, getting trampled by the players already before the match even started. Annie, finally, your voice can be heard on the broadcast. Say what you gotta say.
Yeah, my name is Annie. Hi, guys. But anyways, as I was saying, yeah, this is the training grounds for Pro Nepal. I heard this was a scrimmage, and the most interesting thing about this event, from the information that I gathered, there's this one map that I don't really see a lot in the competitive scene, which is Rondo. So I just did a quick Google search. Apparently, it looks a bit like Chinatown. You know what do you know about it, Warden?
Um, it's a pretty big, congested map. Barely any water there, and I think I was able to play this map in the PC client. And one thing so interesting is that, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure if it's gonna be applicable for the mobile client, is that a lot of the variables, a lot of the obstacles, a lot of the structures can be actually be destroyed inside of the map. But moving forward, it is going to be a great icebreaker for these teams to play in Rondo. Just, to have a grasp of what's about to possibly come in the competition for PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting. That's actually news to me. Like you can
Mm.
destroy the things. I mean, you can do that in the other maps, but still, that's a pretty cool, feature. But of course, the rest of the maps is your usual Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok as well. So, you know, scrimmages. I don't know if these teams they're gonna probably try something new, try some kind of strategies. So this isn't like a, I believe this isn't really a formal competition, so these teams are just gonna try out some new things, maybe try some drop off points. And yeah, here we go. I think we're gonna be starting off with our teams.
Yeah, I mean, to run it down, coming in from Vietnam, we got the Xavier, Indonesia. You got BIGETRON Esports coming from the side of Thailand, Vampire Esports, NS REDFORCE. We got, what, 3 squads from South Korea. That is going to be NS REDFORCE, DRX, FN, Sejong. And for Japan, we got Reject, KINOTROPE Gaming. For the side, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be, no, that will be for MERICAL Vibes. So, Mongolia. So moving over, we do have Nepal as well with the RS Gaming and HORAA Esports. Mongolia once again with Champions Esports. Pakistan is going to be rocking ASxI8 TTK Esports and EPX Esports. Put them inside a mixture of the Nepalese teams as well. And moving over now to Pakistan, once again we got the XOTIC. Last but not least, we go back to the Nepal players, the Royal Dragon, RAKSHYAS Esports.
Wonderful teams that will be playing tonight in this training grounds pro Nepal. And of course, we're seeing teams outside of Nepal, outside of South Asia actually. So we have like South Korean, Japan. And so this is going to be really interesting. I think, like, personally as a caster, this will be my first time seeing these teams from those countries.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes on BIGETRON Esports, if I'm not mistaken. They do have the latest acquisition of Federalis, which is one of the best, if not the best, prodigies in PUBG Mobile. This man is a menace. And arguably, I think the first Filipino to actually join an Indonesian squad. You move over now towards ASxI8. It's a brand new revamp of the roster as well, comparing it to how it was, played out in the last 2 years. You talk about for MERICAL Vibes, arguably one of the most ever so consistent teams out there. So there's going to be a lot of, good narratives that we can truly hold on to. What are they going to be fighting for? Is a boastful prize pool of $1,000. First place gets 400, 250 for the second. Third gets 175. Fourth gets 100, and 75 goes to the fifth.
So there is a prize distribution. There is a prize pool for this event, and it's quite a generous $1,000. So that's pretty good, First place, $400. Split it amongst like 4 people. Maybe if you have a manager or coach, then you split it with them as well. But that's a considerable amount of money. So this is gonna be fun. A lot of these 18 teams are gonna be vying for the prize pool. So this is gonna be quite exciting.
Yep, definitely going to be hella exciting. And I'm just excited, to be honest. I think we're pretty much booked here for the next 3 days. 2 days right after this, Annie. And I'm just more than ever so excited to actually see how the whole initial first few matches will play out. And especially on the map of Rondo. After that, we do go back to staple default maps, just run it down towards like Miramar, Erangel, putting Sanhok into the mixture, and the rest will come true.
Yeah, and I'm really excited actually for Rondo, like no joke, because I haven't seen an event where they play on Rondo. It's usually just the competitive maps, the Sanhok and then the Miramar and the Erangel. So Rondo is gonna be like a breath of fresh air. I took a look at the map right there. Actually, you can see the features of East Asian architecture. So pretty cool to the eyes. And of course, we have the Miramar coming up next. The usual desert, maybe camping, lots of buildings, but not a lot of foliage. And Erangel as well. That is the first map that everybody will be, going into once they start playing PUBG Mobile. That's like the tutorial map. Everyone knows it like the back of their hand. And then of course Sanhok, the small map, my favorite personally because it probably takes like 20 minutes for one game, maybe less. So, and then we'll be going back to Miramar and Erangel as well.
Yeah, bring it on. Beat an Alpha, Charlie, Bravo. A lot of actions about to ensue for the side of Sanhok. And I'm going to be pretty much interested to see how this one's going to play out on Rondo. I mean, if you take a look at the way that the map is scaled up, it is going to be an 8 by 8 map. And there's some, some change of weathers as well that could probably come along. You get sunny and sunset. And there's like what, some ascenders, some fuel pumps, some recall systems available inside of the map. Not so certain if it's going to be available once again in the mobile client, but there's a lot of features inside a map like Rondo.
Yeah, and that's just gonna make the game. I mean the game. Yeah, the game a little bit more interesting. And since it's gonna be the first map, and these teams, I don't know if they've met each other in like other scrimmages, but since this is gonna be the first map, it's gonna be like the testing the waters, seeing how the other teams play about, see if they're aggressive or they kind of play safe. And of all maps, they go on to Rondo, which isn't a very common map you see in the competitive scene. So, very, very excited for this first game.
Yeah, let's get it on. Once again, you guys know exactly what are the maps to be played for in training grounds here. Moving in, we're not Ash, we're not Mandeep, we are Warden and Annie. And, well, round's going to be starting off soon enough. Annie, if there's going to be any regions coming in from the 4 or 5 that we were able to witness, which one do you think would be able to run the show tonight?
I don't have a lot of information about these teams, but you know what? We're gonna choose the home court. We're gonna go with Nepal. One
Okay.
of the teams from Nepal, yeah.
Play it safe. I mean, in Nepal, you can never go wrong with any Nepalese teams there. In fact, I think the last event that I was able to cover, it was Nepal show all day, all throughout the competition. So it is just all going to come down to who's going to have the better day, who's going to have wanted more to actually run the showdown, and the rest will follow through. But once again, on the air, this is going to be Training Grounds, the Pro Series of Nepal. It is going to be some scrimmages here happening in the next 2 days that will be covered by me and Annie. So better make sure you guys are following and subscribe to Esports County so you guys don't miss out any further action.
Yeah, and of course, do share the stream, invite your friends to watch, and make some noise in the comments. Cheer for your favorite team and everything, because it's more fun when we're a lot. I don't know if you guys like trash talking, but keep it down, keep it G rated, and let's all just have a lot of fun. And I mean, I'm excited for this first game, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm more than excited as well. It is just, a bit of a refresher. Once again, it's been a while since I've been brought to the desk here, especially with you, Annie. It's been a while, but things are about to be pretty more interesting as we move along towards this game soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, better make sure you guys are including everyone, maybe your friends, family, brother, sister, mother, share the broadcast because you don't want anyone to miss out the action for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's so true. I mean, this lineup of teams, these 18 teams, is pretty interesting. Like, I saw Japan, I saw Vietnam, I saw South Korea, which personally I haven't really seen in action and as a caster. So, I'm excited to see how they'll perform. But of course, I did see the performance of some of these teams. Some of these teams, especially from Nepal and South Asia, they're a bit familiar. And I know some of these teams are pretty good in playing PUBG M. But of course, there are some teams that I'm not very familiar with, which I'm really excited to see how they'll play out in this, in this event.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just by looking at the whole narratives that we can talk about, a lot of champions in their own respective regions is included into the mixture here, which honestly I wasn't really expecting. And when we were able to get the call, there's a spot on the desk for you two. I wasn't expecting these types of players to come along, especially BIGETRON. I mean, BIGETRON. I want to see Federalis. I know Federalis is somewhere in there, and I want to see him conquer the same way he was doing it in his own respective region. Now here, out internationally, a Filipino, by the way. So all out support. I feel like he's going to be the only Filipino that will be playing this tournament.
All eyes on him. I mean, for us, and anyway because we're Filipinos. But yeah, of course, there's a lot of things to watch out for, and a lot of great teams in the lineup, by the way. And there's $1,000 at stake here. So you know, this is great, guys. This is great. So like we're all excited to be here. So I'm really excited to see move on to the game really soon, and hopefully that happens really really soon.
Yeah, I'm for sure gonna be excited. I think everyone's gonna be excited here on the comment section, and I know for sure you all are waiting for the action to ensue. I mean, as much as we are as well. We're still gonna be waiting for the players to connect inside of the game before we actually head straight towards the initial action. But moving along, once it does start, rest assured, everything's gonna be hella smooth. Everything's gonna be pretty exciting, and what more once again, because we're gonna be starting things off with a map of Rondo.
Yeah, Rondo is really great. That's actually what I'm really looking forward to right now. And it's a shame there's only one of Rondo. Maybe we could see the other maps as well. But I'm not an organizer, so I don't control these things. But still, it's interesting. Rondo, not a very usual map, but still very nice in the pictures. Very nice architecture, and apparently it's a mix of East Asian traditional buildings with modern buildings. So I don't know how that's gonna work out, but that's pretty much what China probably looks like, or maybe Japan as well.
You've never been to
I
China?
don't know. I've been to Hong Kong. That's it. I don't know
Mainland
if
China.
you guys count that as China. No, I haven't been to mainland China.
Really diverse culture and structures for sure.
Yeah.
We can definitely have a look at it once we actually head straight to the map, Rondo. Um, well,
I thought you were gonna say like we can look at Google Earth right now and see.
oh yeah,
right?
for sure. Change my camera here to Google Earth so we can explore the map of Rondo. Maybe look at some reference and how they were able to build this map. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally down for that.
Well, that's really random now, but of course we're all just really waiting for the game because it's quite exciting. We're gonna have 6 maps. That's like about 3 hours maybe. So lots of things to look forward to, and it's gonna be maybe a long night. It's gonna be a long night.
Yeah, long night, long live, long broadcast. We exactly like it long, especially in the competition of PUBG Mobile. That's what we love to see.
Yeah, I'd love to see a 40-minute Miramar game. Everyone wants that.
40 minute.
40-minute. Yeah,
Diabolical.
yeah, 45-minute. 45-minute.
Yeah, just get certain overtimes happening in the respective map. Yep. I mean, hey,
Yeah.
we can talk about Miramar as much as we can, but we don't even exactly know like how prolonged a game can be in a map of Rondo.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I don't because it's the same size as Erangel and Miramar, and of course there is a considerable time difference between Miramar and Erangel. So like Miramar's definitely takes longer, although the size is the same. So I don't know. That's one thing to look forward to as well in the map of Rondo.
Could be, could be the case.
Could be.
Yeah, I mean, it is gonna be 8x8, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much gonna be identical to one another. It is gonna be 8x8, but the only difference with Rondo and Miramar is that a bit of a huge fraction of like Miramar has water all around. While you take a look at like Rondo, it's primarily just land over land.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. No one's gonna drown, that's for sure. I think. I'm pretty sure I saw water.
Water, I mean, water's bound to be somewhere in a map, but it's not a lot.
Yeah, there's not a lot of water. 7 out of 10, not enough water. I'm just kidding.
I mean, you scan through Reddit. People get to see the leak of the map back then, a few months ago. People are saying, there's almost no water in there, and it might be the next coolest map because they've been looking for it. I mean, you talk about Erangel, a lot of water. Sanhok, a lot of water. Miramar, a lot of water. This one you're probably composed of, what, 10 to 15% of water? That's exactly what a map should be. Especially if you want to see a lot of rotations, a lot of combat fights, and a lot more opportunities for better jobs for each teams.
Yeah. So, well, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the map, but yeah, water does make it a little bit more exciting. It especially if like the circle just doesn't favor your position, and also the water. You could be like swimming there, and someone's just gonna shoot you like a duck swimming in the water. You just want to cross and you die, which is quite unfortunate.
You have a very extensive imagination, Annie. That is,
Yeah.
I really agree. But
keeping it keeping it G rated, guys.
yeah,
Keeping it G rated.
definitely. I mean, okay, you know what? Let me just explore the map of Rondo here, so maybe you can build up some topic points here and there. You know, keeping it chill. Opinions on the map called Rondo.
it chill.
Okay, so we have like a major city called Jadena City. It's gonna be coming in from the eastern side, southeastern side of the map. We got a test track here in the middle of the map. We also got a stadium, just if you just climb just a little bit on the west eastern side of the map as well. And there's gonna be a major town, a very big one called Joutin. We got the Long Garden on the south side, and it looks like there's like multiple terrains. So there's like some sandy terrain going on the like the northern part of the map. While if you stay around the vicinity of the southern side of the map, it's just mainly gonna be Greenland.
Yeah, so there is water. There is
A
water.
little bit.
Yeah,
Slightly.
not as much as Erangel. That's for sure.
Yeah.
What, is this a desert at the top?
Yeah, exactly.
looks
That's what
quite
that's what I'm saying.
barren.
It's like a bit. It's like a mixture of probably like Erangel and Miramar in one map.
Mm-hmm. Jadena City. Jadena City?
Jadena.
Jadena City.
You know what? For the time
It's a
being,
port
guys,
city.
I feel like people out there on the comment section. Huge shout out to Ari, to Forty, to everyone there. We got Red supporting BTR Federalis. That's my boy, Filipino represent. We got For America vibes. You're getting on into a lot of topics, And overall, I know there's like 215 people watching right now. I know for sure you guys are waiting for the action to come through, but best believe it, we're trying to sustain as much as long as we can before the match actually initially starts.
Yeah, that's for sure. So, guys, I mean, if you have questions, because this is quite, we're kind of just waiting about. I think we pretty much exhausted the Rondo map, unfortunately, and everyone knows about Miramar, Erangel, and Sanhok. So, what are they talking about in the comment section?
They're talking about ASxI8. All love support there for instead of ASxI8. And I mean, I can't blame them. I'm a huge fan of ASxI8 as well, coming from most of the tournaments, if not every tournament that I was able to work with. ASxI8 was always around, and they were always so impactful.
Quite familiar. I think I've seen them in action before. So, yeah, they won several chicken dinners as well. So, I'm a little bit excited for them, how they're going to perform. But of course, there are a lot of other familiar teams as well, just as good as them. So, quite excited to see how these 18 teams will perform.
Yeah, I am more than pretty much excited to see how this one's gonna play out. Just like Annie, and I am stoked to see. Once again, guys, you guys are watching the PUBG Mobile Training Grounds. Day 1, Top Squads, Lock Horns, and Elite Showdown. That's gonna be the name of the game, and the rest will try to fight for that. No. So there's gonna be 18 elite teams from South Asia, Southeast Asia. You got Korea, Japan, and the rest will come in. If you guys are wondering what are the teams that are going to be participating inside of this event, it is going to be the Xavier, BIGETRON Esports, Vampire Esports, NS REDFORCE, DRX, and the rest will live on as finally we get to see the transition of the first game for today, heading straight to a map of Rondo here on his match number 1. Annie, take it away.
That's an interesting flight path because it starts in the middle of a city. It starts in Bailey, I believe, and then it's going down all the way to the central eastern side of the map, a bit north of Jadena City. So, not a lot of opportunities for these 18 teams to go down south, like Tinlong Garden, Longho, and Rintiang. So, these teams, of course, there's still a lot of room to play around with, but what we're really gonna watch out for is these early game engagements.
Yeah, for sure. And whew, such a wide map, honestly. For what, 16 teams to be in this mixture? I don't exactly know what to totally expect here. They can glide across anywhere, any part of the map, and they should be secured in regards to the loot and whatsoever. Moving over, we do get to see two squads revolving around Jiaotin. There's going to be approximately 3 around the central part of the map. But you take a look at the circle, it is going to be shifting all the way down south. So there's going to be a lot of rotations will be happening, at least for the vast majority that decided to play around the top side. Talk about ASxI8 there, holding on to the northern side of the map, right around Nanchuan alongside Minhu. And we do have CI here laying around the desert coast of the map. Moving along now, we get to see initial drops coming in. Do we find any off-the-go fights here? I don't think so.
Yeah, it looks like the kill feed is a little bit quiet, but of course the circle is the most interesting part. But right now we can see in the camera, actually, I think there are 3 different teams, and we see a knockdown one side. That'll be BIGETRON Esports going around with 2 other teams nearby. So this is gonna be interesting. It'll be a match to see who's more lucky with the early game like guns that they pick up. 1 versus 1 in this corridor. Looks like none of them are peeking. They're playing it safe, and it'll be T2K Esports who will be down first.
Yeah, talk about the shotguns. They're just able to overpower the barrel. Moving over now, T2K looking like he wants to run it down once again here so far. Igneous has been taken down already. They're look to see him to get the trade up against HORAA here from the top side. Moving in, BTR back on the feet here. Snape here trying to go for the push out, but can't find anyone inside the bathroom. Voxy finally finds a connection, and it is going to be one player from the side of OX gonna get taken down. First frag here from the side of BIGETRON.
And so that's 1 elimination on their side, throwing some utilities, and it looks like they're just kind of positioning themselves, trying to see if they can find anything. Of course, Snape does get some damage in, smokes up, and it looks like there will be a down inside of Mountain. That was the same with T2K as well, and it looks like Snape will be needing that revive. Not looking good by the side of BIGETRON Esports right now.
Yeah, pretty clean run so far coming in. But now it's just going to be hitting on Bush here all alone. Going to go for the pickup. Up against 1 player from the side of Xavier. Lamborghini on the other side. Cooking up the nade. Can he find a perfect Miramar? Cooking it up. Throws it up. Should be finding the connection once again. Now it's a big 1v1. But Xavier, they trample. And BIGETRON, they stay alive.
Oh man, is this normal for Rondo? There's already 3 teams getting down, and DRX is gonna be one of them soon enough, but it looks like the other 3 players, they're out of there. You know what? They're cutting their losses. I don't think they have a lot of utilities just yet to go aggressive, and it looks like they're on the losing end at that point. But over here, it doesn't seem to be the end of all this early game engagement. We can see RD going on that FN. Lots of Molotovs coming in. That is another team down. 13 teams left. What is happening in Rondo?
Well, a lot of fake outs, just like Ranger and Rondo in the NBA. Moving in. Reject, RC, Duello. So far, 3 kills here from the side of the Rejects, and they are able to get a pretty convincing run there up against BIGETRON. For you to have BIGETRON under your belt and just able to control the pace all throughout this whole initial run for the casualty, pretty impressive for the side of the Rejects. But now we draw things here back to DRS, in which they do have XC on the other side. Denial, gonna be there on the bottom side. We got YTT. Scouting around, does have that 6X and an M4 as well. So far in regards to utilities and resources, they're pretty much covered, but they're not really finding the angles to get the clashes going, not just yet.
Yeah. And there is a squad nearby, so I guess they're just waiting for more information or finding a better time to kind of initiate an engagement. But right now, it looks like the RS Gaming is going to be on the move. They're out in the open, probably going to try to get a little bit more resources, go on to that looting phase. I mean, it's still 6 minutes into the game, so, it's just quite a surprise. We're down to 13 teams already.
Yeah, a pretty wide map, but pretty compact, full of action. A lot. Too much. Finally, we do get to see some feed happening here from the side of MERICAL Vibes. I'm a really huge fan of MERICAL Vibes. In fact, the first ever broadcast I was able to cover, they were the champions, and it was by a blowout. They were arguably one of the most convincing squads out there. And in regards to eliminations, really not going to be a problem for them.
Interesting. Well, all eyes on them then, for MERICAL Vibes. So far, they do have one elimination, and they still have all 4 players in their roster up and about. They have their cars. They have full health. So, they're doing quite well, especially since there's a huge bloodbath in the first few minutes. They managed to stay alive, and they managed to loot the place up. So, a good start for them.
Pretty great. I mean, Doker has been able to get his first frag already, but if you want to talk about any teams out here that has been slaying out the competition so far, 6 for the set of FN. We had 4 from the set of ETR. HORAA will have 4, 3 for the set of RC, 2 for 2 from the set of T2K, and our D there for the set of D, Xavier, and NS. They had 1 as well. Same goes for the set for MERICAL Vibes. The rest coming from the 10th to the 18th spot here on the board so far. Pretty stale in regards to the impact for the game.
Pretty good stats for everyone, but of course we will be moving on to the quiet part of the game. That would be the mid game, where everyone's just kind of waiting for that circle to close in. And well, that's kind of new, the EMP zone. They won't be able to use, I didn't catch the message, but that was pretty interesting.
Yep, definitely. Now looking at the rotations here, there is gonna be a lot of things, honestly. Now, crowd favorite ASxI8, I mean, taking a look at them so far, they're not really able to find any frags up in the board here. Same goes for the set of DRS. Now, Circle's going to be closing in just 10 more seconds as we are about to close out stage 1 here. Moving over to stage 2, but, I mean, a map like this, if you want to really expect a lot of fights to happen, you really want to settle down for stage 3, stage 4 perhaps. But looking at it, the Circle gets dropped down by quite a lot, moving over. Northern side going to be preoccupied by the side of C1 and DRS alongside ASxI8 and the rejects as well. Coming from the eastern side, we do have FN alongside RAKSHYAS and Vampire Esports, but the rest of the composition actually going to be located inside of the hill.
This is a pretty brutal map. I mean, the circle shrank so much, but I wouldn't have it any other way. This is gonna make the game a little bit more exciting, a little bit more fast-paced, and of course, with that circle that small, we're gonna expect a lot of things gonna happen soon, which we will be seeing right now. For MERICAL Vibes, it looks like they have spotted HORAA Esports. HORAA Esports not in a very good spot. They're getting gate capped from this compound, but let's see what's gonna happen now.
Yeah, Jiggle here from the set of HORAA. So far back against the wall. Well, up front on the tree perhaps, but looking at it for MERICAL Vibes on a feed, gonna go up against NEP, and that is gonna be another frag here initially from the set for MERICAL Vibes. So they got 1 player down to the ground. We still stick around here for a set of HORAA. Move back now towards DRS where the champions esports. Here, Keen here is gonna get trampled down as he gets ejected from his vehicle. Atomic here is going to try to wrap around to create the space for his teammate. Looking like DRS, yeah, I mean, they started off this fight, but there's going to be some major responding here from the side of Champion Esports. Power here closing it up. Delta is going to be inside here from the side of DRS. Nate's going to be exchanged from one another, but it is going to be Champions Esports able to get an opening break, and that should be serving them with another elimination.
And it looks like they're still waiting on that confirmation, but over here we can see NEPX Esports. Looks like they'll be hiding in the smokes in this building against another squad in the opposite side. Grenades out, and it looks like It'll be a 1 versus 1 in this corridor. That grenade's gonna bump down, but it'll be Mukesh who will be getting that down, trying to finish that off, and it looks like that'll be 1 elimination on their side.
1 more. Could be 2 more here. So far, NEPX Esports. Got Mukesh showing up the nade. Unfortunately, deflects on the scaffold. Not gonna be the best of looks. Looking like a smoke is gonna be deployed here to probably create the space that they need. And some rundown. Moving over here. Coming it up. It is still gonna be a bit of a game where they are gonna be checking up each other, just poking it out. So far, HORAA sleepy. Gonna be catching a nade here up front. Trying to respond back with his own. After all, he only has Jiggle and himself here to try to sustain this very game. But on a feed, Vampire Esports just find 1 here up against FN.
Jiggle HORAA is trying to get those bullets in, but won't be resulting into the damage that they need. But of course, HORAA Esports, after 5 eliminations, it looks like Sleepy will be going down, and it's all up to Jiggle to kind of carry the rest of the team, because you know he's pretty much outnumbered. So let's see what's he gonna do. It looks like he's gonna be cutting his losses and, you know, probably playing for placement points at this point.
Yeah, I mean, when you're at the state where, you know, you're only gonna be the only player alive kicking for your squad, might just have to try to play for your life and maybe try to respond back with some placement points. But after all, he's still gotta get through a lot of obstacles here in this very town, so there's not much to initially do now. So yeah, a reset has to come by for the time being. Moving over, we move back now towards the side of the rejects, and we are seeing them still here, pretty much complete intact. And they got pretty much every possible best of odds here. I mean, if you take a look at them, they have one of the most impactful runs so far, and they're complete in regards to, you know, their whole squad composition. Now you move over now towards XOTIC, and they are going to be going up against 4 MERICAL vibes here. Roy here on the front line, sprays down with an S12K to the face. Puts 4 MERICAL vibes out, and that's going to be XOTIC here. Only getting 1 casualty, but they're going to be able to get the reset.
Good for them. That was a good run. That was a good engagement. But over here, DRX and NEPX, there's a possible engagement over here, but looks like DRX won't be giving away their location just yet. They're just having their crosshairs out, trying to get more information, and really choosing a really good timing to try and, you know, get those kills in the bag. But over here, we're also seeing another skirmish between Vampire Esports and another squad nearby, and it looks like they will be getting wiped out soon enough. Not looking good for the side of RAKSHYAS Esports. 3 down on their team, and there's only 1 left running for their lives, and there will be 1 versus 1 over here, and it looks like that will be the end for their squad. RAKSHYAS Esports gets eliminated.
Yeah, Vampire Esports ever so consistent, but problem here is that they only started off with 3 players here on this round, so they're gonna get dropped down quite a lot as they lose 1 man in the process. Back here towards HORAA Esports. Nate's gonna get cooked up here from the side of Jiggle. A well-prolonged life here from the side of HORAA Esports, and this might just be the end. Moving over, UMP in hand, gonna try to go for the spray, but unfortunately can't find a means to sustain. Back to the side of FN Esports, goes down to the ground inside of the smoke. S12 onto the hands of Trey from the side of FN. Bring around Rossi, laying this one all throughout, but decides to grab 1 player and thrust them all away. And it's just all going to come down to this 1v1 here, which he is able to sustain and win. Vampire Esports going to get eliminated by the players of FN Esports.
That's crazy. FN Esports, so far, seeing that leaderboard, they're actually on the top, and they already have 8 eliminations. And of course, we're down to 8 teams rather. We're down to 8 teams in this map, and we're kind of looking at KINOTROPE right now, just camping inside of this building. There is another squad nearby, and they'll be getting those sprays on. Lots of damage against their side, but right now it's not really resulting into any eliminations just yet.
Yeah, not at all. Here on the feed though, C1 just find 1 player from the side of NEPX, and that is going to be pressures out already. Not really the best of looks here from the side of NEPX, but Just gonna go for the reset. Only one player alive from them. So far, the only squad that will be complete is gonna be KN alongside ASxI8 and Rejects. So, I mean, ASI8 once again hasn't been able to find any impact so far here inside of this game, but this is exactly where they excel. Late games. And they play for the placement, they play for the best odds, and just try to claim decent amount of frags to put their names up there on the board. We're not really seeing them, not just yet. Still all gonna come down. This rotation here, Hongshan is going to be the last and final town that we're going to be involving here for this very match of Rondo. Looking at it, rotation once again, ASA going to be striking there from the south side of the map. Might just be able to meet the player from the side of FN off the vehicle. Alongside that, there's going to be XT here climbing towards the northern side where ASA8 is going to be coming from. DRX alongside NEPX and C1 is just going to be inside the primary vicinity of Hongshan. So there's going to be a lot of, you know, third parties that could come along here as we move over towards stage 4.
16 minutes into the Rondo map. We're stage 4 in the circle. And of course, it's going to be really exciting very soon. And of course, ASI8, they don't have a lot of points. Actually, they don't have any points yet. But of course, I do have faith in them. The good thing is, they're still a 4-man team. They have a lot of resources. Maybe, you know, in the element of luck, they haven't ran into any squads just yet. That's probably why. But I do vouch for their performance in previous competitions. They're quite good. So, you know, excited to see if ever they run into another team. For example, FN right now. FN is definitely outnumbered. And Ghost is getting gunned down. With that, that is a knockdown. Side of Evan Ghost. Looks like he'll be finished off, but there will be some revenge coming in from another squad, and there'll be 2 down on the side of ASI8.
Yeah, not gonna be the best of looks here. You came out pretty stale on a hiatus on what, the first 3 stages. Now you finally find yourself into the mixture for the battle, but not really gonna be getting the most convincing amount of casualties here. I mean, fortunately, they are able to call for the reset. Jinx gonna be back on track here inside of the field. But we need to see more than just that. Still, 8 squads here in the topic line for this very round of Rondo. Move back now here towards FN Esports, which has been a pretty prolonged life here from the side of Trey. Fact, 2 to his name goes to their, you know, their Terminator that was able to get the frags is now going to be out in the picture. So it is just all going to come down to Trey to bring in the banner for that very squad of FN. Moving over towards C1, same goes for them, but fortunately they've only had 1 casualty, which is going to be Kino out. And there's still going to be a lot more power to, you know, to be talked about later on. For the side of KN, KINOTROPE, I mean, they have this compound pretty much locked down, so they just got to wait for opportunities to pass by, and they could probably claim it.
Looks like they're playing it quite safe. They don't have any frags yet, and actually they're the only team without any eliminations, so they gotta step it up. They gotta take some risk if they want to catch up with the other teams. But over here, NEPX Esports, it's only Rex that'll be left, and of course going in for an engagement like this is not quite a good idea because they're all alone. I mean, they're surrounded by 2 other squads, perhaps 3 as well, so you know, playing it safe. It looks like FN Esports Trey finally kicks the bucket, and with that, FN is still on the top of the leaderboards, but they will be saying goodbye for now.
Good old bye. Well, it is what it is. Reset right there. Move back. Coming in. And it is going to be just going to be XOTIC Esports here, holding on to the warehouse. They got Denial here, scouting around the vicinity, playing as a recon for the squad. Not able to find any much information, but, you know, at least they are pretty much settled down here on the stage 5. 1 minute and 20 seconds left before it starts to close out.
And this will be a reject and another squad nearby. Looks like no one's really initiating a fight just yet. Everyone's kind of just waiting for the right timing. But Apollo, I think they're looking the different way. Maybe the other squad mates are looking the other way. But over here, 1 versus 1. And EPX Esports, their lone player Rex still imagine just to gun down another player, and look here, there's another chance of an elimination. But this is obviously outnumbered on the side of NEPX, so see what happens. Quite interesting.
Rex holding on to the box here. Just grabbing all this information. Make the best one. Regards to the decision here. As this might just be your last and final run. But if the timing is right, if C1 exposes themselves out in the open, could be a spray down that could be converted here from the side of Rex. Has that M4 well off the 3X. Zone's going to be closing in. Pressure is going to be coming in evident from both sides. Has to face the rotation as it closes out soon enough. But Rex is just holding on to this. Playing it dearly and safely.
Well, I think it's a good decision. Because, of course, they're all alone. C1 does have 2 players. But over here, we're seeing the perspective of Champions Esports. They do have 2 players left and quite a lot of squads nearby. And of course, we're seeing the map right now. I think I saw someone taking a lot of damage. That would be Power M holding on to dear life. And of course, there is still another player. That will be Urcasts with 3 eliminations on their name alone. And it looks like they could get that reset. But NEPX Esports finally gets taken off of the board for this first map.
KN is going to be holding this one down so far on this main house. There's going to be DRX here, closing it up as well. The zone's going to be restricting now. XOTIC Esports going to be holding on to this ridge here. Plenty of open area fights here. Just plain land to be involved. ASxI8 still has a complete squad, but got to go up against KN here on the top side. Casanova here on the front line has everything that he needs to go for the fight here, but on the feed finally changes. Trades coming in. DRX up against Champions Esports. Coming up now, there's going to be a lot of things happening for sure. Another squad here into the mixture. That is going to be the Rejects here up against the Champions. And KN. Paulo's going to be stuck here on this mid-map. Towards the smoke. Going to be trying to call for the reset. 2 of his teammates are going to be out. In fact, he's going to be the only alive player here from the side of the Rejects. And the nade connect from the side of KN. That is going to be the Rejects now here finally eliminated.
Now we're down to 5 last teams. That'll be DRX, KINOTROPE, Champions Esports, ASxI8 Esports, and XOTIC Esports. So 14 players left. And it looks like this last and the final circle is going to be out in the open field. So that's just going to make things a little bit more interesting. Lots of grenades, lots of cars, and of course, Champions Esports, Urcas trying to see if they can get some long-range bullets connected. Looks like they won't be finding any knocks just yet.
Chill. Shots fired here from the side of RX. Able to get a few connect. Not going to be able to get the kills, not just yet. Once again, KINOTROPE, complete squad here from them. Same from the side of ASxI8. Best of odds so far. On the feed, and nade connects from the side of ASxI8. Takes down the last player from the side of XD. Drops down the numbers to just 4 here in regards to the squads.
1 team down, 4 more to go. Who will come up victorious with the first chicken dinner for tonight in the Rondo map? So we're here, Jinx. Quite far from the action, but still a pretty good gun. Trying to see if they can connect any bullets. There's a squad out there. I believe that would be DRX. So just trying to see if they can get some eliminations. But it looks like they won't be getting those kills just yet. They're probably gonna be waiting for this circle to kind of force everyone to come together into the open field. And you know, they're gonna go ahead and fight it out there.
Yeah, the ticks are gonna hurt pretty bad here. Finale, 76 for KINOTROPE. They're just waiting around a car, but only can take 1 grenade from the opposition to be at their demise. Off the run, no squad's gonna be near enough. And on the feed, DRX finds the last player alive from the side of Champions Esports. It's now gonna be a 3 versus 4 versus 4. As DRX is gonna be the only squad here into the mixture of this triple standoff. Not gonna be having a complete set of players, but It's not going to matter at most. It's just all going to come down to the better reads. Looking at the zone, it is going to be shifting quite out in the open. A fraction of the main town is going to be included, but there is just so much plain land here involved. But DRX has the best call here so far. Onto the vehicle we go. Big Fafa gonna go for the spray down. Now able to get the shots to connect. KINOTROPE here closing up the distance, trying to sustain. And it's gonna be Hyunbin here. Gonna go for the spray. Able to get one guy on the floor from the side of KINOTROPE. And it is now gonna be 2 players out and dusted. Here from the side of KN, DRX circling all around, getting the fights and the shots to connect. Another player goes bye-bye from the side of KN, and there's only going to be 1 player alive. DRX just dismantling the players of KN, and the last player alive is going to be coming in from all the way from the back. ASxI8 gets dropped by 1 as well in the process. So far, odds not favored from the side of DRX, but they're making it work.
Yeah, I mean, crazy performance from DRX right there. I mean, they pretty much wiped KINOTROPE right there. It was good strategy. It was good, decision making. But of course, DRX will be having to worry about the other team. It'll be ASxI8. They'll be the third party in this situation. And it looks like Finale is pretty much the final player for KINOTROPE. It's not over until Finale is down. And so with that, we're trying to see if we can get some pickoffs. ASxI8 is at a distance, but DRX does spot Finale. So will this be the finale for Finale? That's the question.
Well, attention is going to be diverted here from the side of ASxI8 so far, as they want to go for the strike up against a DRX here for the time being. Jinx is going to be pushing up now here towards the warehouse. Hyunbin should be able to relay that information. DRX going to be dealing with multiple fronts here to try to stay alive, but Jinx able to get that angle now. Able to get the spray down. 2 players now going to be the only live player so far here from the side of DRX. Well, ASxI8 is on the verge of going to go for the run out. 1 more good read from them. The nade connects. Hyunbin is going to be out. Only 2 players officially now left remaining from the side of DRX. ASxI8 completely in control. KINOTROPE, DRX under their ordinance. Pushing up now. Finale is going to try to close out the distance. Smoke's going to be deployed. Perfectly placed. Shot's going to be fired towards his direction. Still going to be able to sustain. And it's just a battle here between KINOTROPE and DRX up against ASxI8. So far, good map control. Finale down to the ground. That should be it. That should be gone. That is going to be KINOTROPE now here eliminated. It's just all going to come down to DRX and ASxI8, which Casanova is able to get the spray onto so easy. DRX, last player, Big Fafa, will remain to be big as he is about to get trampled down by the players of ASxI8. No, stays alive. 2 kills to his name, but the triple won't connect. ASxI8 at the end, able to get the first winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. And just considering the fact that a while ago ASxI8, they were pretty much at 0 eliminations mid to late game, so they just pulled through in the last few minutes of the game. You were right about the late game. ASxI8, that was absolutely crazy.
I mean, they just get it done. I mean, one thing they like to do is that to make sure that the majority of the casualties doesn't really come to their way. They don't want to drop any player at all coming in from the first 4 stages. But once stage 5, stage 6, stage 7 kicks in, that's where they're gonna, introduce themselves, get the snowball run, and get the eliminations. Just enough for them to be up there on the board alongside with the placement, and that's gonna be a pretty nice kickstarter here from the set of ASxI8.
Yeah, great introduction to this event. They practically made a name for themselves. Really great start for them. Really great start for ASxI8. They bagged the first winner chicken dinner, and they had such an impressive performance in the last few minutes of the game, and of course, really great survivability in the early and mid game. So congratulations once again to ASxI8 for winning the first game. Of course, we will be having 5 more maps, and the rest of the 17 teams, they'll be trying to get a lot of points to kind of catch up to ASxI8 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, everything was pretty convincing there, but from the side of ASxI8. Really good call from them, playing around the outskirts. Really risky in some circumstances, but I love the fact that they were able to manipulate the odds into their favor there. DRX, though, still one of the winners in my heart, was able to go through a lot, especially with numbers disadvantage, but they were able to get the shots to connect and was able to bring it down to the top two clash, the last and final there up against ASxI8.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. They're like one of the last teams to get eliminated as well, and actually, KINOTROPE pretty good survivability as well. I mean, Finale just didn't want to die. That was pretty crazy, but it was good perseverance on their side, and of course, lots of other teams are quite notable, but unfortunately, perhaps maybe luck or the game wasn't on their side. So I'm really excited to see how they'll perform in the next coming maps. I mean, we still have five more maps for tonight, and of course, 2 more days later on. So, lots of things could happen.
If I'm not mistaken, we are going to be heading straight towards Miramar right after this whole initial break that we're about to have in just a few moments there. Once again, guys, this is PUBG Mobile Training Grounds Pro Nepal series. It's just scrimmages here happening, but there's some prize pool involved. So I know for sure everyone here wants to have a cut off the pie, because $1,000 is not a joke at all. I mean, it's a lot of money there, Manny.
Yeah, I even want a cut of that thousand
Why
dollars.
not
I,
play?
I mean,
Why,
if
why, why
only.
are you not? Why are you casting? Why are you not playing?
Oh well, maybe I'll pick up on PUBG Mobile, but I'm not quite a gamer, so I'm probably just gonna be one of those teams where we're just zero the entire leaderboards. It'll be a shame. I'll just be ruining my reputation, so I'd rather not.
You better not.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah,
I'd
I
rather
think
not.
I think we're still waiting for some few scenes to kick in here before we actually transition to a possible break here soon enough. But my days, what a run! What a start that we had here. I personally love Rondo. I like the map. There's a lot of playing grounds, not a lot of waters going on, not a lot of mountains as well. Not too much elevation going on aside from the main structures, but aside from that, it was truly compactful with a lot of gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, I like the map. It's pretty. But of course, what I really notice about it is the terrain is kind of, how do I say this? It's well, thought of. There's some places that are open elevation, of course, and then there's a lot of buildings as well, but not like Erangel, for example, where there's just a huge stretch of open field, and also Miramar, there's just really huge elevations. I think Rondo is a bit more balanced, and I like it. There's some water as well, but not too much, and lots of exciting things happened, especially in the early game. So, love to see Rondo more often, but of course that'll be depending on PUBG Mobile and their official competition organizers. But personally, I love the map.
Yeah, I truly love it as well. Now we take a look at the winner chicken dinner team stats here. We do have UZM with 4 eliminations, 4 total knocks as well, dealing 700 damage, by the way, for the side of Casanova. Detrimental on the last final clash. Was able to get two knocks as well. 2-0 for the side of Uzaifa, and Baby will be able to get 2-1 as well. So their average score line here is going to be around 2 to 3 kills for the side of ASxI8, and obviously the placement points that they're going to be able to accumulate truly was a goal that they had in mind, and they were able to claim it out until the end.
Yeah, impressive stats actually. That's a total of 10 eliminations for ASI combined with the fact that they did win the winner chicken dinner. That's a lot of points for just the first game. So it's a great start. But of course, you can't say that they can be complacent at this point. There's still my math is pretty bad. There's still 17 maps left to go, and the other teams, they can obviously kind of catch up if they just keep kick their feet up and be complacent. But of course, so far, UZM 700 damage. That's pretty crazy, and it's no wonder that ASxI8 Esports just bagged this first win.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of experience has been involved here for this very squad. Casanova, always going to be here, all alive and kicking. But if you want to talk about the MVP, it is going to be Big Fafa from the side of the RX. 3 eliminations to his name, double total damage with 943. The longest elimination is going to be coming from 70 meters, and a survival time of 26 and 13 seconds.
Yeah, that's a lot of total damage. 943 as compared to UZM from ASxI8 with 4 eliminations but only 700 damage. So Big Fafa definitely a pretty big Fafa, big eliminations on their side. A lots of damages, but of course 3 eliminations. But that amount of damage is definitely going to help your team. But of course, we have the match summary. That will be 66 total eliminations, 5 grenade eliminations, 4 airdrops looted, 0 vehicle eliminations. Not so exciting. And 5,741 healing done. And we have the longest elim, that is 396. That is pretty cool sniper moves coming in from C1's Urcasts. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite far. 396 longest elimination. Where the hell did he get that opportunity? But okay, moving over to teams to focus on as we progress towards this very game. Come again, it is going to be ASxI8 ESPORTS, DRX, KINOTROPE, and Champions ESPORTS. These 4 was able to show up pretty well on the map of Rondo, but that will be the only instance that we're going to be seeing Rondo. So let's see if they can bring in these types of prowls once we go back to the default maps for Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel.
Yeah, actually, my question is, where did ASxI8 get so much utilities? They got 18 grenades, 5 molotovs, 19 smokes. Where did they get this from? But of course, 55 kilometers. I believe they dropped at the northern part of the map. That's why they had to travel a lot. But of course, this is the match leaderboards for day 1, match 1. ASxI8 Esports with 10 eliminations and total of 20 points. Coming in second is DRX with 11 points, KINOTROPE with 9, Champions Esports with 9 as well, FN with 9, XT. Actually, there are 5 teams with 5 points: XT, RC, NEPX, VPE, and HORAA. And of course, the rest of the teams as well. You saw how your favorite team performed in this first match. And once again, this is just the first match. We still have 5 maps left to go for tonight. And of course, 2 more days each with 6 maps. So lots of things can still happen. This is still the first map. Don't worry about it. And, I'm really excited to see how the rest of this scrimmage will play out.
Yeah, I mean, if y'all are enjoying this match here so far in Training Grounds Pro Series Nepal, better make sure you guys are subscribed to Esports County because you guys don't want to miss out any further action that will be happening towards this event coming in the next few days. And, well, up next is going to be a map of Miramar. And before we head straight towards that very map, I just got to say, you all in the comment section has been going wild and ham, but I know for sure you guys are waiting for the next match to start. But before that, we're going to have a break once again. So this is going to be Training Grounds Pro Nepal. We'll be right back after the short break. Oh, looking like we're not. Oh, never mind. We still got some posts going on. Stay alive here for a moment. But yeah. Anyways, Annie, predictions.
Don't make
Next
me
match.
predict, because I mean, like, ASxI8 definitely has had a good run, but of course, let me just, I don't know, DRX Esports is just speaking to me. I don't know why.
DRX. I feel like I'm going to go to ASxI8 here once again. I mean, I feel like they are going to be a very phenomenal squad here all throughout. But if it's not going to be them, it's going to be that squad that got eliminated quite early on, and that will be BTR.
Interesting. I'm really bad at predictions, so you know what? Good luck, Warden. I'm pretty sure you'll be right. I mean, you were right about ASxI8, so you know,
Well,
maybe
It was a fluke.
it was a fluke, right?
Okay,
All right.
looking like we got the call here. Once again, this is Training Grounds Pro Nepal. You guys don't want to miss out any action onto the next one, but for the time being, we'll be right back.
Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up.
Well, I told you all it was just going to be a short break once again. Welcome back to the training grounds of Pro Nepal. Once more on the voices today will be I, the warden himself, and Annie. And we're going to be providing the commentary here for today.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite fast, you know. It was literally a short break. I just blinked and we're back here. So of course that was quite a blast for the first game. ASxI8 bagging the first victory, and of course still we're gonna be to 5 more different maps. So really excited to see how they'll perform in the other maps. Of course, there's some teams that play better in certain maps. So this will be, I believe, Miramar. So let's see how the teams will go. Which teams will kind of pull through with the Miramar map? Who will come out victorious on this second game?
Yep, here we go. Good old classic Miramar. As we slice things off here for the flight pad, starting off in Minas del Sur, and then going up north towards the vicinity of La Cabrera. So up in the mixture, opening San Martin Power Grid, Picado, alongside Monte Nuevo, La Drill. I mean, you can even put in Hacienda del Patron, El Pozo, Crater Fields, and then the rest will come through. Los Lianos will be out in the picture as well. The only towns that are not going to be available off the get-go is going to be Alzar, Tierra Branca, Campo Militar, Cruz de Val, but we're talking about Miramar, so it's just truly all going to come down to, you know, getting vehicles and then waiting for the initial circle to drop in, and the rest will come through.
Yeah, and what'll be really funny is if that circle will go up to Campo Militar, just like the previous map where the flight path was up in the north and the first circle's on the south. But well, it looks like the circle will be kind to the players for tonight. It is up in the north, lots of land, and pretty much 50% of the teams have landed within that region. So, you know, for those teams lucky enough to be favored by the circle, they will be having quite a great time. But over there in El Pozo, towards the south, I think there are several teams coming in on the same drop-off spot. So this is going to be interesting. There might be a lot of early game eliminations coming in a few minutes.
Yeah, let's get it on. Want to see more action here off ahead? Well, Rondo, which is a teaser, but hey, you talk about Miramar. A lot of these teams has been playing this one for like the last 2 to 3 years. So hey, let's run it down. So far, we do have the RX here. I'm going to be next to the players of Vampire Esports. That is going to be Hinbin. So far, holding things down here with a DBS. If timing's going to be right, should be able to get a burst here up in the face of Vampire Esports. And not the first time that I've been able to see them play inside of the vicinity of Picado. I mean, coming in from various numerous tournaments, DRX just loves to play around this very town of Miramar. Same goes for the side of Vampire Esports. So it's just going to be all going to come down to, you know, clashes that could be bound to happen soon enough.
Yeah, and I hope that's really soon. But looking over at the kill feed, it looks like RC will be finding the first elimination. I believe this would be the first blood of the whole game. And so with that, that's 1 player down. We're down to 71 players, but still 18 teams. So looking good for everyone. DRX on the perspective, just looting the place up. And it looks like the violence isn't over just yet. Another knock from some other part of the map. Lots of action happening, but so far between DRX and Vampire Esports, not much.
Yeah, pretty great opener so far here from the side of both teams. It is just, you know, all going to come down to getting to who's going to be able to get the first shot once again and who can have the better read. Looking like so far both teams just playing it out pretty stale here, waiting for any extensions to come along from each end. There's going to be a lot of movements happening for the side of Vampire Esports, especially for the side of Stay Humble, but aside from that, there's not really a lot of things to talk about. Moving over back to Royal Dragon, they are going to be next beside NS Esports, so that might be a possible fight we can see later on as well.
Yeah, excited to see that happen. But for now, Royal Dragon is getting bombarded with some utilities, some throwables, but no one's really taking damage, although they did lose Claw already. So that's a disadvantage on their part. Numbers disadvantage to be exact. But looks like, you know, these two squads are still playing it safe. So for now, it's just a waiting game for the players, for the viewers as well. And of course, looking at the kill feed, it looks like FN Final will be going down by the hands of someone from DX.
Yeah, the Xavier able to get this one done so far. That is gonna be Viso here, able to get the first kill. And they are going to be looking to go for the extension here to try to trail down another player from the other side, though. And yeah, I mean, definitely one squad that you kind of like want to watch out for is going to be the Xavier. They do have the tendency as well to turn it up in the middle stage of the game. So that could be worth of a watch later on, but at least they're now able to get their first frag here on the board for this round of Miramar. And taking a look back, tracks of the game, stage 1 here about to close out in just less than 3 minutes, so a bit of time to stall out. But on the feed we do have DRX Big Fafa finding a nade to connect up against Vampire Esports, so that is going to be DRX here, able to get the first initial casualty going on. Now here, commitment coming in to the face of Vampire Esports. Hyunbin with a DBS looking to close it out. One more drop down here, and they should be able to deal with 2 players here from the set of Vampire Esports. Moving over, Hyunbin. Are they going to go for commitment? Big shots here off the pump action. Big Fafa going to be falling back. Hyunbin still trying to get this one done. Has that akimbo on his hand. Looking to go for the spray down. 2 more bullets to connect here for them to get that another player down to the ground here up against Vampire Esports. But so easy gets dropped down. Big Fafa absolutely tagged up. And there's just a back and forth gunplay going on here between DRX and Vampire Esports. Big Fafa behind the wall. Still looking to sustain. QX, double Z, triple Z here, trying to find an angle. Hyunbin finds himself into the mixture. Vampire Esports, they get dropped down by 1. They get dropped down by 2. And at the end, it's still going to be DRX here prospering off their very clash.
Oh, but they're almost for DRX. And you know how I predicted DRX? I almost said, oh my god, don't ever let me predict ever again. Because I feel like I almost jinxed it. But in the end, Vampire Esports was the one who fell off first. So now we're down to 17 teams. And of course, for Miracle Vibes, looks like they need to revive Zeol. So we're going to come back from another skirmish. But over here, it looks like they'll be getting gunned down, unfortunately. 2 eliminated on their side. Just 1 person left. That'll be Rifas, I believe. Who will be the last person standing on the side of 4 Miracle Vibes?
That will be tough. I mean, I honestly thought that 4 Miracle Vibes would be one of those teams that can truly excel in a map like, let's say, Miramar or Erangel. Could have been Rondo as well, but looking to be at 2 games back-to-back, they're just going to be continuously struggling here. I mean, you take a look at the scoreline, only 3 points has been going into their hands here so far, so it is just not it. Not it for them. It's not yet giving. And now look at this. Refus here pushing up into the direction of 3 players from the side of KINOTROPE. So this might just be another heartbreaking elimination here for the set of 4 Miracle Vibes.
Alright, Refus, the last person standing, trying to go against 4 players. Yep, that was not a good look for him. And that would be the end for 4 Miracle Vibes. 1 bullet to finish him off, but of course FN Esports up in our cameras right now. They're down to 3 players, but they are up in the building trying to get some long-ranged kills on their side, but unfortunately they won't be finding them just yet.
Well, looking at this circle here, it's still going to be revolving around the northern side of the map. Hacienda del Patron on water treatment is going to be looking to be the last and final towns that we're going to be working around with. Looking at the southern side, there is going to be RXS alongside ASxI8. KINOTROPE, C1 champions going to be rotating from the southern side of the map, while the rest are pretty much stable inside of the compound or inside of the circle itself. Go back here towards Royal Dragon, looking like they're going to be having a standoff between NS.
Yeah, and so that's happening right now. NS REDFORCE just biding their time here in this building, and of course there's another squad nearby, so you know, both of them just kind of waiting for the right moment to strike. Lots of waiting. We hear NS Beanie gonna start dancing and singing soon enough, but right now they're just kind of waiting in this staircase. And of course, we can see DRX, they managed to reset from that almost elimination, almost squad elimination. But speaking of elimination, SDEZ will have to go ahead and, you know, pump up their engine because they're getting shot at. And of course, everyone, it looks like they're going to be rotating out of this place. Doesn't seem to be any potential eliminations just over here. We're back to NS as well. It looks like Beanie was down, but they do have the opportunity to revive.
Doxy.
Oh.
Uh-oh. 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 XEY. Gonna get it. So far, no connections, not just yet. REDFORCE. Holding on to the other side. Spot the trajectory. Now you're gonna go for the peek out. Oh my. REDFORCE. Still. Looking to help out his teammate. Shows the advantage up across. Not gonna lie, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't know that it wasn't a utility coming from an opposition, but moving in. Looking like they want to form up now. And they want to go for the push here from the top side. Here we go, Doxy supporting his teammates up front. Gonna go for the spray to pump. Action comes in. RD, the troublemaker, able to get one. They get a double from the backside. And this REDFORCE gonna go for the spray. Trades after trades we go. Still NS gonna be complete in regards to the player count, but they got 2 players down to the ground.
Yeah. Not looking good for NS REDFORCE, but I don't think it's over just yet. But Beanie and Doxy definitely need those revives, and it looks like XZY will be getting that opportunity. They do get one up, but Beanie still needs that revive. Okay, they're out. They can reset, and you know that's good for them, but how long will this hold out? There's still 1 player left from the other squad. Of course, that will be a 1 versus 1 in this corridor, perhaps, but looks like those bullets aren't connecting just yet. NS does have the numbers advantage, so let's see what's gonna happen now.
Most definitely. Water treatment. Shindala Patron. Now gonna be out in the picture. RXS gonna be able to find one here so far on the feed. Look at FN finding one up against HORAA ESPORTS. ASxI8 finds one as well up against RXS. Kills after kills. Shots after shots. Yeah, here just a lot of things so unpredictable. Up in the mess, but it is going to be ASxI8 so far here struggling to sustain their well-being here inside of this game as Casanova going to be driving around. Zypha here already down. They already got Jinx as well out in the mixture for this very round, so it's not looking to be the most prosperous round here from the side of ASxI8. Moving over now towards Champions Esports. Power here pushing up. There's going to be 2 players here from the side of KINOTROPE. Holding things down. One guy's gonna be wrapping around. Caught in the pinch. Gonna go for the spray. Up with a UMP. Not gonna be able to find any breaks off that. And it is gonna be KINOTROPE so far in control, in custody. Is gonna be the players of Champions Esports, but Atomic still has something to say.
Yeah, I didn't really like how Champions Esports kind of approached this, but still, KINOTROPE is also, a lot of them are in the red, so it looks like both teams will be trying to get those resets, but unfortunately, that grenade will be dealing some damage, resulting into 2 eliminations on the side of C1. But speaking of eliminations, XOTIC eliminations will be getting wiped off the board for now.
Ooh, Atomic after that swell, but a nade connects. Champions Esports now here, able to get one. Big old spray from the side of Rejects. Divine defeat coming from the side of Rejects as NEPX Esports shuts them down as well. 3 to their name. Climbing up the board steadily still. And on the top side, I mean, this might just be the perfect round for NEPX to turn it up, because so far, I mean, the only squad on the top 3 squads on the list, DRX, is going to be the only one that has a completely composed squad, but ASxI8 and KINOTROPE not looking quite good for them. So this is going to be another player out from the side of KINOTROPE as 1 player gets trampled down into the zone. So a lot of windows are open for grabs here to change the lead inside of this game.
And it looks like NEPX Esports kind of just positioned up here in this building, trying to see if they can get some long-ranged kills from their position, but so far they won't get that opportunity just yet. Precious over here, probably resetting their position. DRS Gaming, how are they doing so far? Each of them have one elimination each, but Delta is trying to look for their second. And some of those bullets are actually connecting, but you know, not enough damage just yet.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Big ol' standoff from a lot of these squads. BTR caught in the middle. The Reds here just a bit slightly southern onto the side of water treatment. Go back here into the feed. RAKSHYAS ESPORTS Kenzo up on the front line. Gonna be dealing with one player here. Up on the other side with an S12. Gonna be coming in pretty confidently. Just gonna come down to the toss up, the trades, the shots. So far, Kenzo getting it all done. Gonna go for the one more tap, but unfortunate for him. One player from the side of T2K able to steal the kill from afar. Arguably the longest kill we've seen so far here on this broadcast.
Yeah, that camera panning was just, I mean, that was betrayal. But over there, I believe that was Hyunbin getting a lot of damage from that team. Fafa over here with the big guns. 1 versus 1 still wins. That DBS just doing the job, wiping down the field. But Big Fafa quite low on health, but still survives, and that's all that matters.
The RX able to get a lot of kills so far, on the verge of taking the lead away from the hands of ASxI8. They got the complete composition to do so, actually. Moving over now to Jiggle HORAA. He is going to be getting shot from afar. But moving over now. He is going to be moving over to the rotation, to the direction of a lot of players here up front. So not going to be in a position where you're at. Going to be, unfortunately, bumping the rock right there. But hey, move on to the next. At least he is still alive for the time being.
Yeah, walk it off, walk it off. But over here, Royal Dragons frag, the last person standing on their team, manages to kill that. Yeah, definitely steal that kill. You know, that's a free elimination. That's one elimination actually on their side. But over here, DRX, how are they doing so far? Quite well, actually, with 11 eliminations and with only one player down on their lineup. So pretty good so far, but still we have 9 teams left standing. That's 25 players as well, and we're 17 minutes into this Miramar map, so still lots of things to look forward to. But we can see Royal Dragon finally gets eliminated off of their last player.
8 teams remaining, 17 minutes so far inside of this match. NEPX finds one up against T2K. There's just so many things going on here so far. There's no clear distinction you can pull away off this very round, but we have been able to point out NEPX earlier, and they're on the run for it. And it's only to take one more good take from them. Finally, we do get to see Federal here back in the line from the side of BIGETRON Esports. This guy is a menace. This guy is a Terminator. Give him the M4 with a scope. He can make you pay for that. Arguably one of the most accurate recoil controllers out there inside of this game. And that's just my boy right there, Federal. I mean, I remember this kid back in the days when he used to play for our organization back in MOBILE Esports. And something about this guy, ever so composed, truly a prodigy here, and has been living off as a superstar in PUBG Mobile.
Back in the day, huh?
Good old days. Back in my days.
Back in my days, but of course here we can see NEPX Esports. It looks like Mukesh is not having a good day. Gets hit by that grenade, and it looks like that 3-5. But of course they have a 3-4 in their field. Trying to see if they can find those eliminations, and it looks like they do find those eliminations. 3 in fact. But of course, T2K Gaming still out there throwing those grenades, bombarding them with all that they have, and Love is trying to run away over here, quite low in health. But Ruts is definitely not giving NEPX any room to breathe, but he's not breathing anymore, that's for sure. So for that, the last person standing, they don't get Ruts OG up for revive 1 versus 1. There's a lot of backup on the side of NEPX, and with that, Love, one last headshot wipes their team off of the map.
This is just gonna be hard as hell here. BIGETRON now here up front, up against Casanova. Here pushing up now. S12 into his hands. Has the M4 as well for the range, but it's just all gonna come down to the burst and the shotguns. Here, Baby's gonna be on the backside, but unfortunately for him, Casanova's gonna be all alone. Federalis gets trampled down. The nades connect, and it's gonna be a back and forth trade here between these squads now. BTR gets dropped down to 2 players alive here for this very wave. They got 1 player down to the ground, can go for the revive. But it is still going to be a bit of a stretch, but I think they are able to call for a reset, so that it's going to still be, what, 3 players alive here from the side of BTR.
Throwables, but DRX will be surviving that. Chip damage, but of course, it's not going to be enough to kill off SDEZ. DRX gets eliminated, unfortunately, but over here, FN Esports Ghost with 6 eliminations. Absolutely crazy. But of course, we are down 5 teams. That'll be BIGETRON Esports, FN Esports, DRS Gaming, ASxI8, and NEPX Esports. Pretty big names, so really excited to see how this will play out between the 5 teams.
Yep, BIGETRON Esports having the best of odds so far. I mean, we did talk about them. Definitely could be, you know, a head turner here on this map of Miramar. Especially when we got the call that it is going to be Federalis now here playing for the squad. But it's all going to come down to the proper positioning here. Are you going to be playing around the outskirts? You got the smokes as well to back yourself up. It is going to be a big old standoff. 10 more seconds to go before the circle starts to close in.
And everyone's just playing it safe. You can see that the kill feed's quiet, a little bit quiet, a little bit tranquil, peaceful. Of course, that's not going to stay true for a very long time, especially once this circle closes in. And everyone's just taking position all around the map. There's lots of buildings, lots of elevations, so lots of room to play around with. But over here, Snape has has FN on their tail, so let's see what's gonna happen, how they'll approach this engagement, and how will everyone play their cards at this point.
3 players alive here from the side of BTR, 4 from the side of DRS, 4 as well from the side of NEPX, 1 Rogue Wolf from the side of ASxI8, 2 from the side of FN Esports. Water treatment gonna be the last call for the playground here. Federalis gonna be pushing up. 1 player from the side of ASxI8 gonna be lurking around water treatment. Gonna be elevation controlled as well from the side of BTR, so there's gonna be a lot of coverage here. Everyone is more than capable of taking the fights, and look at the possible standoff here between Baby and Federalis here on this water treatment. Definitely going to be a show to watch out for.
Yeah, all eyes on your child, Federal 404. Of course, Baby over here hiding in this contraption of the water treatment. But of course, they do spot BTR up on the hill, but does give away their location. So let's see how BTR responds to that.
Holding it in. Wait it out. 2 for 2 here. FN, BIGETRON. So far. Holding into the mix. DRS Gaming and NEPX. Here. To wait it out. Still gonna be the clash here. Pretty still so far. It is just gonna be a pretty intense situation as the moment passed by. It gets pretty intense. It's just all gonna come down to the shots to connect. Baby, hold it down. Stay alive. You're on the run for the placement points. Not for the eliminations. It's not going to be the best odds for you.
Yeah, I agree with you right there. And of course, no one's really making a move right now. And that circle is gonna close in about 20 seconds. For now, NEPX Esports, look their perspective. they spotted another team. Some bullets coming in, sprays, no damage, however, no eliminations, no knocks. So with that, the main did give away their information, but still, it's not gonna stop them from trying to get some kills against the aiming out there at the distance.
Ooh, BTR down to 2 players. Odds looking favoring the players of DRS Gaming and NEPX. This is gonna be tough. A lot of shots from afar. Big heading from the side of Marcello from the side of DRS. Not gonna be enough to get the knock, not just yet, but should be able to soften up the helmet. So far, they got the cars, they got the vehicles to play with. Federal is gonna be down to the ground. Big ol' standoff, baby, able to prosper. And that is going to be BTR here. Odds in favor from them. Gonna hold it out. Wait it out. So far. And Baby knows for a fact he doesn't need to go for the cut here. Federalis, no more life left. Is going to get eliminated here. BTR gets dropped down to only 1 player.
Alright. Well, Baby's still alive. And Federal, what is their fate? It looks like Snape will be getting that revenge kill, and that is the end for ASxI8. So we're down. We're finally down to 4 more teams, and it looks like they'll be going down in a few seconds as well, with NEPX getting those sprays on against DRS, one after the other. Not much damage, however. Nothing showing up in the kill feed either. So, you know, let's just wait and see who will come up victorious. Some pretty good names, some pretty good teams in the lineup for the last 4 teams vying for that winner chicken dinner. So it's a finale to look forward to.
1 for 2. Complete squads here for the side of DRS and NEPX. This is going to be tough. Mikesh and NEPX. Gonna hold it down here in just a moment. Pushing up. DRS can go for a spray down up against 1 player from the side of FN. That should be 1 player out in the going already, but Ghost is here closing it up. Next to his teammate as well with Trey. Bandaging up. Moving over. There is going to be a lot of things here. Come to the mixture. 1 player from the side of BTR. Still going to be alive there on the bottom side. Mukesh here caught in the middle. Needs to make the play soon enough. There is going to be NEPX that could be able to cut them up from the top side. So it's not really looking good here so far from the side of NEPX, but they are able to hold this top side down so far. DRS, they're striking from the bottom hill. There's going to be 2 vehicles into the play as well. Now here, 2 more seconds before the zone starts to close out once again. Hopping in line. It is now going to go for the restriction. And it is going to be a 4 versus 4 versus 2 versus 1.
Still not much progress, but we can see a lot of damage coming in, and that will be DRS getting a lot of those bullets. But in the end, DRS does lose 1 player, so that means 10 players left in the running. Ghost, however, trying to get their 8th elimination, but they do get that knock on their side. But it's not over just yet. DRS versus NEPX. Of course, FN Esports trying to get a cut from that cake, but however, what can Trey do all alone with Ghost needing that revive? Looks like it won't be good in terms of numbers on their side, but NEPX and DRS, definitely lots of things happening, but in the end, it's DRS Gaming that will be eliminated first, and now it's between BIGETRON Esports, FN Esports, and NEPX.
Here we go, BIGETRON. Still odds in favor, but Severus Snape, double kill off that S12. Now, NEPX is gonna be out. BIGETRON, after everything, with the odds going in favor, they are still able to strike the number 2 spot. But at the end, they are gonna be able to get this one done. Winner, winner, chicken dinner here for the side of the one, the only squad right there at the top of the hill.
I believe that was FNE Sports. Hopefully, I called that right. But yeah, that was absolutely crazy. I mean, that last few minutes. I mean, the last few minutes. I mean, everyone's just kind of waiting, just trying to play it safe, trying to play for those placement points, trying to see if they can get that winner chicken dinner. And it took quite a while, but in the end, just a snap of a finger, everyone goes down, and everything just blows up and explodes, and that's absolutely crazy. It was fun to watch.
Oh yeah, for sure. It was intense. It was really prolonged there, but I mean, my days, so close but yet so farther from set of BTR. But for sure, with the placement points and the eliminations they were able to grab, they should be able to climb back on top there on the board, and compensating for what they lost out there on the first match on Rondo.
And yeah, a lot of these teams they managed to get a lot of points, especially those who kind of fell off in the first map. But once again, this is just a second map. We have a lot of games lined up for this scrimmage, so there's a lot of chances for these 18 teams to get a cut off that sweet $1,000 prize pool, or maybe dollar prize pool. But you know, this has been fun. This is still the second game, and I think these teams they finally know how their opponents play out, so they can strategize a little bit better and see if they can perform better in the coming games.
Definitely. And now we take a look at the run there from set of FNE Sports. It goes Haxi Trey. Gonna be the ones who will be able to get the most elimination, especially for the set of Ghosts. 8 to his name. I'd be surprised if he's not gonna be the MVP here for this match. I swear.
Yeah, no kidding. 8 eliminations. And of course, I've been eyeing this Ghost from FN like since the previous map. This guy has a lot of eliminations, a lot of kills on their side. And of course, yep, you're pretty much right. MVP of the match does go to Ghost. Total damage of 1,103. So, no question right there. But take a look at that longest elim with 336 meters. I mean, this guy is absolutely crazy, man. And it's no wonder they finally clinched that winner chicken dinner for the second map.
Definitely. I mean, whew, that was pretty clean. Well done and dusted. That's your boy Goes. Truly a Ghost there. Just able to get kills from left, right, back, front, center. Really good job there from set of FN Esports. Match summary: 70 total eliminations, 11 grenade eliminations. 2 drops was looted. A total of 1,100 and 718 healing done. And the rest will come in. FN Ghost will be able to get the most in the first elimination. I thought it was going to come from the one player from side of T2K, because we did see a pretty long snipe earlier around the vicinity of like the stage 4, stage 5 with one player from the side of T2K. But the rest was able to come through.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty far kill, but I guess Ghost got up, 336, maybe by a few meters. I don't know. But I do trust the statistics. That was pretty fun. And FN Ghost, yeah, I can definitely vouch for their performance. I mean, in the previous game, they also had so many eliminations. But over here, of course, teams to focus, no joke. FN Esports, of course, you do need to watch out for them. But of course, DRX coming in next to them, NEPX Esports and DRS Gaming. DRX and NEPX, we saw them in the last 5 teams left standing in that previous map. So definitely something to look forward to. And yeah, I mean, these are their stats. Lots of throwables, lots of distance as well. Great survivability for these two teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty intense. It was truly a run to be talked about. And overall, the match leaderboard, FN Esports able to get 24 points there inside of that rare match. DRX going to be able to get 15. NEPX will get 13, 11 for set of DRX. BTR there will be holding on to the 10 points, 4 to their name, plus 6 on the placement. ASxI8 with 8. Same goes for the side of KINOTROPE. NS with 4, 3 for the side of T2K. 1 for 1 for HORAA, DX, RC, C1, XT, RD, and the rest will be completely stale.
Yeah, and with that, for MV and VPE, actually 0 points for now. But of course, once again, there's a bit of an element of luck in the side of Battle Royale games. So maybe in the next map, still have, better chances, better circles, better favorable flight paths. So hoping to see them step up in the next few games. But of course, they'll all matter on how they'll play out, how they'll strategize. But of course, this is the overall leaderboards from the two previous matches. That would be FN Esports, ranked number 1 with 33 points. A great start to them. Coming in second is our first winner chicken dinner winner. That is ASxI8 Esports with 28 points. That'll be 5 points away from the top 1 spot. Coming in third is DRX with 26 points, only 2 points away from the second place. And of course, for the rest, these are how your favorite teams are doing.
Yeah, I mean, well, still not too much convincingness happening here. The point gap is not going to be the most, not just yet. We haven't been able to see any team breaking loose, not just yet, but obviously FN Esports going to be on top there for the time being. ASxI8 Esports coming in, holding it pretty still, but whew, I mean, I want to see RAKSHYAS, the Xavier, Royal Dragon turn it up. Actually, pretty much for every team coming in from the side of XOTIC Esports and down below needs to double it down if they want to put themselves into the mixture.
Yeah, there are several teams, lots of teams actually, with still single digits on their total points. But of course, that was a pretty great run. That was our first Rondo and Miramar maps. That was just 2 matches, and of course there will be several other matches later on. So lots of things can happen, and of course we'll be moving on to Erangel, the staple map. So let's see how these 18 teams will do later on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty stoked up to see what's about to come. Once again, this is the Training Grounds Pro Nepal series of PUBG Mobile here. We still got, what, 3 more matches to go if I'm not mistaken? Or make it even 4? I'm not even too certain anymore here, Andy, but one thing for sure, there's still going to be a lot more things to pan out. So, guys, if you guys are enjoying the show here, this is going to be Esports County, bringing you the action here for Training Grounds Pro Nepal. On the desk with you and his warden. Alongside with me, Zanny, and we're still gonna be seeing you guys for quite a lot. So if you guys have some questions there on the comment section, make sure you guys are dropping it. And yeah, subscribe to the channel because you guys don't want to miss out any further action here that will be happening for Esports County. But guys, before we head straight towards the next series, we're gonna have another break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back, for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Guys, we are back to PUBG Mobile's Training Grounds Pro Nepal. We just witnessed two maps, that will be Rondo and Miramar, with the victories of ASxI8 and FN Esports. Once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Warden is me. Warden, what's up?
What's up? Everything's up so far. I mean, everything has been pretty exciting here as we have been able to progress towards the broadcast already. 2 matches has been played. One on Rondo, one on Miramar. We're finally going back to the jungle coast of PUBG Mobile. And that is going to be Erangel. Moving over, looking like we are going to be heading straight towards the action already. And that's exactly what we like. Going inside on the board, and we get to see the flight pad. It's going to be slicing from the side of Rovo Repnoi directly to the vicinity of hospital. So if you want to talk about Ziverne shooting range, Zarki, Stalber, Kameshki, even Yasnia, to be honest, it's not gonna be available for you right off the get-go.
Yeah, but look at here, Pochinki, School, Fairy Pier, Quarry, they're very accessible. And looks like there's some teams that chose to land in the military base as well. So let's see how they'll strategize with that. But I'm really excited to see where this circle is going to be, because the north is quite barren. But it looks like that circle will be favoring the players once again. It'll be coming in on the east side, but of course, not taking any room to breathe. DX Xavier gets their first elimination on the side of Lamborghini.
That Lamborghini holding it down. Troublemaker finds denial. Oh my days, I mean, as we come across the matches, time just passed by. So much things happening here. The intensity just going up at Troublemaker now here. Looking to get some more frags here up in the board. Gonna go for a reset. Able to heal it out, but only has 1 med pack available for him. And no soda or any pills at all to get that full 100 HP. So not really looking good here for the side of Troublemaker, but at least he was able to get 1 player tagged up.
Yeah, definitely. But still, once again, this is quite early on into the game, so it's a matter of who managed to loot enough for any early game engagements. And it looks like XT from a distance, not looking quite good, especially for Daniel. And of course, Royal Dragon over here, just kind of taking position, trying to see if they can find a kill. But of course, speaking of kills, looks like FN is out for blood already finding their first elimination, and we're not even 3 minutes in the game just yet.
No, not at all. I mean, this is going to be pretty hard here for a set of RXS. RD as well, just getting tagged up. A bit of casualties into the mix for a set of XD and rejects. BIGETRON as well. Last but not least, we got the RX. Look at this exchange here between Claw and 1 player on the other side. Obviously not going to be the best weapon of choice, not going to be able to offer the best accuracy as well, but does have the pump action if ever they do close out the distance. Pushing up now, the Molly's going to come in. Holding it down. They go for the spray. And they're just severely outgunned here, all because of the weapon composition.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Claw over here, they'll have to fight for their lives. But of course, they'll have to do with what they have, because, you know, there's not much room to breathe. But that Claw does get 1. But unfortunately, Frag will be losing their lives. And of course, Royal Dragon's not over for them just yet. XT still out in the distance. They did get 1 knocked down, but there's still 3 more players left to worry about.
Under their ordinance, Claw here going to be dropping down here on the first floor. Going to go for the trail. Troublemaker here going to be rotating now next to his teammate as well. Sub is going to be putting himself into to make sure to have the DBS. And now he's going to go for the double pump, but unfortunately he gets punished in the process. Troublemaker going to try to run away, but fortunately he's going to get tagged up as well. So far, XT here in control. Here's Roy. He's going to go for the drop down. XT, only 1 player alive from them, and the Royal Dragons are going to be able to get this one done. So far, clearance come in, and it is going to be the first squad now here finally eliminated.
Hit right in the face. With that is a confirmation. And of course, the last person standing on the side of KINOTROPE will be Finale 76 once again. Seems like a deja vu, but it is what it is. Severely outnumbered. There's 4 people outside from another team and just one of finale. But over here, we're seeing the perspective of DX Xavier just hunting down finale, the last player standing of KINOTROPE, trying to clean the place up, finally get that last point. But over here, NEPX esports as well, not looking good for their team. 2 on the red. Mukesh and Rex trying to see if they can get that revive in the bag, trying to position themselves, favorably in this engagement. But so far, they're not getting the opportunity that they need.
Hovercraft is going to be out here for a set of Rex. I mean, NEPX earlier was on that run already to try to take the win for themselves, but they're not really having the, final adjustment to actually win it, winner, chicken dinner. So far, they're going to be reverberating around one player here from the side of NS. Shot's going to be fired here to the direction of Rex, but look at the player of NS. Going to be coming up now here on towards the top side, but whatever he tries to do, I mean, it's just going to be wasting a lot of resources, but never mind. Rex going to go for the commitment. Wait for the scar. Not going to be able to get enough damage to inflict to get the player dropped down, but at least his presence is felt.
Alright, so here and up at the staircase, unfortunately, RAKSHYAS esports that will be losing their place in this game. FN esports so far doing quite well. 4 players still left. 4 players are still standing rather. NEPX esports not over here. We have the spot and S1 versus 1 in this corridor. Mukesh will be going down. However, there's good backup coming in from the behind. So, well, it worked out for NEPX, so good for them.
52 and 14 here. A bit of a standoff here between T2K and one squad on the other side. That is going to be ASxI8. Ajaya here trying to rotate here. A few shots connected to his face. In fact, I think he wants to wrap around and try to possibly go for the challenge here off his Formula 1, but it is going to be a bit of a question in regard to do you want to take it or not. With the S-Web, not really the best weapon of choice. Could have went for that automatic instead and could have had a better chance, but now they're going to go for the strike here. T2K, time to kill. Here we go. Igneous, here you're going to go for a chase down off the S12, and they're going to be able to get another player out here from the side of ASxI8. Casanova will be calling Rendezvous, and will be leaving 2 of his teammates to get trampled down to the ground.
T2K not letting Casanova go, but unfortunately they'll be getting eaten up by that circle real quickly. So we can expect T2K esports, they'll have to make their rotations before, there's nothing left there basically, so we'll have to leave. But so far on their side, that's 3 eliminations already. They still have all 4 members standing, so it's looking good for them. But looking on the side of DX Xavier, that's 5 eliminations already. Lamborghini doing quite well with 2 eliminations already, and one of them is the first blood of the game. So, looking forward to how these last 14 teams will be doing for the rest of this map.
Looking for a possible run out here between DX Xavier and BIGETRON here right around Pochinki. I mean, they are going to be checking up each other for the time being. There is going to be DRS Gaming, though, having a pretty wide overview in regards to the rotation here coming in from the side of Fairy Pier, so that could be worth the watch in just a little bit, especially if they can get a lot of windows to be open now. But in all quite honesty, there is still not much going on here as we speak. It is just going to be a lot of overseeing happening, but no shots fired, not just yet.
A bit quiet right now in Erangel. Not much happening in the kill feed, but there are teams, there are squads nearby, so everyone's just waiting for the right moment to strike. DRS Gaming taking position in this open field. Not sure if anyone will be running into this area, but of course that circle is going to close in real soon, and we're going to be moving on to the next stage of this game. And pretty nice map we have here, so it's closing in on Giorgio Pool, and everyone's just trying to get their rotations in. There's a team right there stuck in Sosnovka military base. Don't know what they're gonna do, don't know what their plan is, but what's important is that everyone will try to get it to safety before really making their next move.
Gotta wait it out. So far, HORAA Esports Jiggle here Gonna be making it across around the vicinity of hospital. Still has the complete squad as well. I mean, they might just play around the mountainside here around hospital to probably have a good overview of how things are going to be playing out as well. So it's kind of crazy that we're talking about stage 2 and there's still what, like 14 squads left here onto the picture. We're about to see a pretty compact hill or just circle or safe zone as we approach towards stage 3 and stage 4. So there's going to be a plethora of gunfights going to be happening, well, right around less than a minute from now here, I would say, Annie.
So we're all just waiting. BTR, unfortunately, only 2 people left on the roster, but still, they're quite out of the woods. Nothing to worry about just yet. But over here, we're looking at the Xavier once again. 5 eliminations, doing quite well, but I guess we can take a look at the leaderboard. Actually, once again, FN still at the top with 37 points so far, and you can see 4MV actually getting some knocks, but unfortunately they do get that revenge kill against them. For MERICAL Vibes, they can revive Doc R right now. They have that opportunity, but whether or not they're safe from whichever squad was gunning them down, that's left yet to see.
Looking quite great here for MERICAL Vibes. They're already tagged off, but here on the mountainside of hospital, Lamborghini gets sprayed down to the ground. Mikesh able to get the connection. Nate with the nade, throwing it to the direction of their opposition, but unfortunately detonates quite early on. Pushing up now, Precious on the other side, gonna be eating the nade as well. Perijin puts himself into the mixture. They got the top side, they got the elevation, they got the whole height advantage here for them. So, but the nade flies by. Precious nade coming from the side of Precious, and it is gonna be the Xavier here down by the numbers.
And Perijin does need to get that revive, and unfortunately Lamborghini does get picked off, but still I feel like the Xavier still has pretty good chance. NEPX, however, choosing to come in and storm into the area, but unfortunately whatever the Xavier was planning, it did not work. The flank did not work, and unfortunately it'll be Leviso that's gonna be all that's left against 3 members of NEPX. They don't have the height, they don't have the elevation advantage, and it looks like NEPX will be trying to get that reset first before moving in for the kill. 1 kill down, Leviso. NEPX not looking good for them. This looks like a 1 versus 1, Rex versus Leviso. Who will come up victorious? There, just sidestep. Oh, it's Leviso who will be wiping out NEPX Esports from the map.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be pretty clean here from the set of Leviso. DX here, back in track for the board. Crazy to see. Looking at the circle here, gonna be revolving around Gatka and hospital in the middle. It's gonna be the tall mountain to be played with. For MERICAL Vibes, gonna be holding on to the southern side. The RS here on the south as well. And for the side of Vampire Esports, they're gonna be all the way down to the western side of the map. 3 players, 3 squads gonna be there on the northern side. So this mountain will be the main obstacle for these squads to play into as we progress towards this very game. For MERICAL Vibes, looking like they are able to get a lot of information so far here up across. I think that is going to be DRX, so that is going to be a fight that you kind of want to question if you want to take it or not.
And it looks like DRS will be trying to get those shots in on a moving vehicle. Some damage taken, but unfortunately it won't be giving that elimination to the side of DRS Gaming. So far, 0 on their side, 0 points for this map, but that's gonna change really soon depending on how DRS Gaming will be playing out in these next few minutes. But over here, Gante spots a moving player from a distance, tries to get those shots in. Unfortunately, not gonna be any knocks just yet, so everyone's just gonna reset on their side for now.
Reset. Waiting it out. So far, the zone's going to be shifting a bit towards the east, southern side of the map. Southeastern, perhaps, rather. And looking like there is only going to be, what, 4 squads that's going to be right around the vicinity. And the rest will be striking across from the north, western side of the map. And now we do get to see some frags here happening. The Xavier getting some bullets here up in the air. The arrest will be able to get one here in the process as they find a means to eliminate officially Royal Dragons out.
Yeah. One more team down, 11 teams left standing, and that's 39 players, 39 potential points. But over here, we can see HORAA getting one kill against T2K, or rather one knock. But of course, the RX over here trying to join the fray. Still 0 eliminations, but hopefully we'll see a 1 very soon with BTR right there at a distance. Potential kills. Yunbin trying to take position. Unfortunately, takes so much damage. They're down to a fourth of their HP bar. Over here, Vampire Esports against another squad. FN, to be exact, Tony K goes down, but they do get traded off as well. Vampire Esports and FN Esports. Believe they killed themselves off.
That is going to be pretty unfortunate there, but casualties are bound to happen. Hey, got to move on out to the next. So far, Vampire Esports able to get 2 on the feet up against FN. And looking like it is going to be FN here, feeling the fury so far with every odds against their faces. Back to HORAA here. They are going to be rotating all around, and there's going to be a lot of things to be caught in the mixture as well, but this is looking to be pretty intense here, Annie.
Yeah, intense. That's the word, definitely, because we are down to 9 teams and 29 players left. Pretty noisy on the kill feed. Lots of things happening, especially on the side of T2K and C1. Absolutely crazy, but just taking a look at the leaderboards, of course, none of these teams are getting eliminated just yet. 4MV versus HORAA as well. Formical Vibes top. Gonna see if they can get some bullets to connect. Unfortunately, they won't be finding kills just yet. Speaking of kills, T2K gets eliminated as well. Seeing how these other squads are doing, it looks like we're down to 8 teams left.
Well, it'll be tough. It'll be tough for sure. The RX so far, they got the best odds, especially in regards to how much points, how much impact they've been able to accumulate coming in from the last few runs there. But looking at it, the RS might just be a squad to watch out for as well. Could be the rejects for MERICAL Vibes. Really shines on the late game as well, but obviously it is still going to be far from that. It's only 17 minutes inside of this game. We're going to come across the 25-point mark later on. But moving over towards the side of HORAA Esports, they are going to be looking to go for a standoff here up against the rejects.
It looks like HORAA Esports, 2 players down on their side, 2 still standing. Lots of throwables coming in. But of course, the other squad is gonna fight back. They won't be backing down without a fight. Smokes up, crosshairs. Some damage coming in actually. One on the red on the other side. But fortunately, Jiggle isn't really in the best position right now. But with all the smoke, with all the utilities coming in, that's 1 vehicle elimination right there. Looking to see if they can find another. But Reject does get completely eliminated by the hands of Jiggle HORAA.
Here we go. So far, we get dropped down to 7 squads now. Stage 5 here, about to close out. And it's just so unpredictable, and who's going to be able to stow away from this very scenario? I mean, take a look at this. 3 squads, 4 squads going to have 2 players left. But the rest are going to have a complete set of composition. But regardless, numbers is one thing. It's really all going to come down to the proper and best of reads here inside of this game. We take a look at the circle, still going to be located around the central side of the previous run. So there's not going to be a lot of rotations going to be involved here into the mixture.
Yeah, and the teams are in good positions. They're within the circle, you know. Rotations won't be a problem, but question is who will get the good position, you know, within this circle, because there's some teams that haven't really, you know, gotten a really good place to stay. Especially here, DRS does get 1. But unfortunately, we still have 7 teams remaining, 19 players left standing. DRS Gaming just taking position as well here in this elevation. Some squads lurking about, but of course, everyone's just waiting for the right moment to strike. 4MV at a distance as well. The Xavier still alive. 8 eliminations to their name. Doing quite well, actually, in this first Erangel map. And of course, C1 is still in the running as well.
Yeah, looking pretty good here. so far. The Xavier Paragon, arguably one of the best players in regards to getting the positionings locked in here for their squad. But still going to be a plethora of casualties bound to happen here right from the process. But for Miracle Vibes, able to get one now so far here. DRS here on the back foot. It's going to be DRX as well, climbing here on towards the mountain side. But for Miracle Vibes, now here putting themselves into the mixture. Has, what, 4 points to their name. They got 2 players up in the ground, but unfortunately they took a fight where they can't really recover from, and they're going to be out there in the open. It's just all going to come down to Docker here to try to sustain and create the space for his teammates as up in this very moment. Should be able to secure another kill here up against DRS. Not a problem here for the side of Docker, but it's not about getting the kills here right now. It's all about going to be finding the means to survive and try to push through with another wave.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's happening right now. Trying to survive, especially in this position where, you know, for Miracle Vibes, not in a very good place. Not even a vehicle to kind of give them cover. But of course, for MV, unfortunately, Docker will be the last person standing. Off camera, they did see that the last 2 players kind of got picked off by the DRX. Looks like they still have 3 players standing. They have a good chance of surviving these last few minutes, but right now they're still in 3 eliminations in, trying to see if they can find their 4th throwables rather coming in against DRS. A distance takes some damage, but not enough for a knock.
Not enough at all. Still gonna be far. Still gonna be hard here. In regards to making the call once again. Nade's gonna get cooked up here from the side of Hinbin. Here on their side, gonna be able to throw it across. Should be able to find the connection. Looking like it's not gonna be popping here, not just yet. But not too bad of a position here from the last 2 players from the side of DRX. If they can circle around here on this ridge, should be able to get the fight, but there is going to be one guy that will be gatekeeping them to give that option away. So they're just going to go for that upfront play. Nade's going to get cooked here. So far on the other side, DRS not going to be able to get the connection, but DRX will. Hyunbin able to drop the casualty. The fight to just a 2v2.
2 players, DRX, Hyunbin needs that rev up to so as kind of like carry their team at this point. But of course, DRX, we're here. Not looking also as very low on health, hanging by a thread actually with BTR lurking about at a distance. Grenades coming in, actually hits and causes a knock, but unfortunately so as does get eliminated. And I believe it was BTR that gets credit for that, but of course the Xavier, yes, they get wiped off, and now it's 4 teams left remaining standing. This is going to be between BIGETRON Esports, DRS Gaming, HORAA Esports, and Champion Esports vying for this winner chicken dinner.
This is intense. This is hard. Here we go. DRS Champions HORAA here to go for the fight. It's looking to be a 2v2 so far. Triple standoff of 2. DRS Gaming, they got the option here to get the man advantage. They can go for the pickup with their 1 player down to the ground. Who wants this one better? Fortunately, we're bound to see a different winner here for this one, as we get to see HORAA Esports now trampling. DRS caught in the middle. Big ol' spray down from the side of Jiggle, able to get 1 here. Converse converting the kill right there. Jiggle able to get a connection with 1 from the side of HORAA. It's gonna be Jiggle sustaining this one down, but unfortunately,
Nice.
DRS from afar able to get the kill. Now it's just all gonna come down to a 2v2 between DRS and Champions Esports.
That was a nice grenade elimination. Very clean, very satisfying. But of course, not over just yet. We still have 4 players left on the field. That's DRS Gaming, Champions Esports, both of them having half their team left standing. So with that, looks like Power's trying to take position behind this loot box, but Delta over here trying to see if they can get some long-range kills, actually get some bullets to connect. But unfortunately, still, everyone's still alive. Atomic at the bottom of this hill, and of course, DRS at the top. Delta also trying to find that kill. It's a 2 versus 2. 1 versus 1 in this hill. It would be between DRS and C1. Will that be a vehicle elimination? Unfortunately, it will not be. So it's just Delta pretty much still alive on the side of DRS. And with that, that would be the winner chicken dinner, the third one, in fact, that would be Champions Esports. Congratulations to our third winner.
Truly the champions there off the very round, looking to be pursuing and trying to start off their golden road here on this, training grounds of Pro Nepal series. But, whew, I mean, so far, we've seen like what 3 matches here up into the play, and we've been able to see what 3 different winners, and that's exactly the competition that we like here for PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. That was absolutely like exciting to watch. I mean, we're seeing 3 different chicken dinner winners for these 3 previous maps. So, there's a lot of good teams playing about in this skirmish, 18 teams, and of course, lots of big names as well, and lots of great performances. Some teams, they excel in some maps and some fall off, and we saw that between Rondo, Miramar, and Erangel. So, you know what? Our 4th map will be Sanhok. We'll be looking forward to that. But of course, for now, I'm really excited to see how the metrics will be for this first Erangel map.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see what are the stats looking like there off that very game, because I know for damn sure it wasn't really the most high killing game out there, especially for the the winners of that very game. Talk about Champions Esports, but definitely was able to come across a lot of casualties when it was able to sustain until the very end. And who's gonna be the MVP? Because there was a lot of players that really caught my eye there, Annie.
Yeah, I mean, FN Esports is actually something like a team that I really want to watch out for, especially Ghost just getting so many eliminations in these 3 maps. So, eyes on them, but of course, ASxI8 looking out for them as well as DRS and DRX. Really good survivability so far. Lots of notable teams actually, and lots of teams to watch out for. But still, this was the 3rd map. Lots of things can still happen. So I'm looking forward to how the rest of this event will play out.
We just got to go and wait it out. There's still like what 3 more matches to go right after this. So who can get the double winner chicken dinner is something that we can definitely eye out for as well. There's going to be a lot of like possibilities and who can it be, but we're looking at a game of 16 teams in one match, so it's going to be pretty hard to call, but we can't neglect the top eliminators so far inside of these games. Moving over, Annie, we're moving over to Sanhok right after we do get a break later on. How do you feel about this?
Well, I love Sanhok, definitely like one of the small
Why do you
maps.
like Sanhok?
Because it's easy to cast. It just like it takes like 15 20 minutes. I'm so honest, guys. I cannot lie. That's one of my weaknesses. I cannot lie. I love Sanhok so much because it takes so little time, and everyone just dies like that. So with that snap of a finger, we're gonna see the WWCD team stats. That will be Champions Esports, of course, with 8 total eliminations. That will be 4 eliminations on the side of Atomic, 3 for Power, 1 for Kino, and Urkas. Of course, I believe they fell off in the early stages of the game, probably, I'm gonna assume. But still, pretty decent stats. 620 damage on the side of Atomic, Power with 409, and Kino with 215.
Yeah, it wasn't totally the highest killing game once again that we were able to see, but it was definitely interesting in how they were able to build up that run there to be able to be on top of the board at the end for the winner chicken dinner. Take a look at the MVP here. It is going to be the Xavier Leviso. You talked about this guy. What more can you say about him, Lanny?
Leviso, I saw him pretty much wipe out an entire team all by himself, and they were like the last person standing. So, you know what? MVP, yes, in our hearts and in metrics. Total eliminations of 4, total damage of 700 plus. But of course, this is the match summary with 69 total eliminations, 6 grenade eliminations, 2 airdrops looted, 6 vehicle eliminations, 7,760 healing done, and pretty impressive longest elimination for this map. That is 321 meters from Dakar. From
Docker?
Miracle Vibes.
Dockers.
Dakar.
We love to see it. A lot of kills, a lot of things just happening there. And it was definitely truly interesting. And if you guys felt like that was, intense, how much more for the next map of Sanhok? I love that map as well. Really intense fight indeed. And moving across the broadcast, definitely the teams to watch out for is going to be the Xavier, the Dingos Xavier, Champions Esports, DRS Gaming, the Real Soldiers, and HORAA Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with this. Champions Esports, of course, they did win the chicken dinner. DRS Gaming, pretty consistent performances in these last few maps. That goes the same with HORAA Esports as well. And the Xavier finally making a name for themselves, especially in this game. So this is the match leaderboards. Of course, Champions Esports does get 18 total points alongside with their 8 eliminations and 10 placement points. Coming in second is DRS with 14. HORAA and DX both get 11. BTR and FN get 8. NEPX with 6. DRX with 5. Several teams coming in with 4 points. That would be 4 MVT, 2K, and RD. Of course, Vampire Esports with 3, RC and XT with 2, NS with 1. Unfortunately, KN, ASxI8, and RXS will get 0 points. And this is what I'm talking about. ASxI8, unfortunately, they had a good run in the first game, but they'll have to step up if they want to keep their place on the leaderboards.
I feel like on the later part of the game, if ever you're not really putting up the numbers anymore, especially on the later part, so I think you just have to really come out strongly and assert your dominance exactly in how they were able to do it in some previous tournaments here and there. You can't really rely on the late game too much. But, you know, that is ASxI8 for you. Moving over now towards the overall board. FN Esports going to be there on top with 41 points. 31 for the side of DRX. Champion Esports going to be there on 28. And ASxI8, I mean, they're going to get dropped on by quite a lot. 28 as well, tied up with Champions Esports. And on the trail is going to be DRS Gaming 26, 24 for the side of NEPX. BIGETRON on 22, 17 and 17 for the side of the rest. And that is pretty much it. Training Grounds, Pro Nepal, just getting interesting as time passed by.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Still, that was the third game, but lots of things already happening. I mean, talking about several teams, FN Esports suddenly shooting up their way up in the leaderboards at 41 points. That's whole 10 points away from the top 2. And of course, ASxI8, unfortunately, getting 0 points. Maybe they got eliminated early. The circle wasn't in their favor. Maybe their drop-off wasn't in their favor. So hopefully they step up in the next few games. But of course, lots of things can still happen once again. It's PUBG Mobile Training Grounds, Pro Nepal, 18 teams up in the running for that sweet $1,000 prize pool. You know, we'd love to see it. We'd love to see how these teams will perform. But of course, that was just third map. Gonna move on to Sanhok next. And, you know, lots of expectations for these teams.
Lots of expectation for sure. I'm pretty excited on what more we can unfold. But looking like we're going to have another break before we head straight to work the match of Sanhok. So guys, this is the Training Grounds, Pro Nepal. We'll be right back after this short break.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back, for the people in the back, back, for the people in the
represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Once again, welcome back to PUBG Mobile's Training Grounds Pro Nepal. We just saw 3 games previously, and of course, we had different winners for those 3 games. And once again, very excited to see what's going to happen in this 4th map. That will be Sanhok, and we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Warden is with me. How are you, Warden?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty hyped. Once again, this is going to be a map of Sanhok, and we just love this map. So a lot of, if you can see Rondo, if you can see Miramar and Erangel to be action-packed, what more in a map of Sanhok, as we're already starting to see the flight path here kick in. It is going to be coming from the side of the bottom left of the map, slicing towards directly to the central eastern side of the map.
Yeah, I love Sanhok so much. Just brings me so much happiness to see this map. I mean, Paradise Resort, Camp Alpha. Doesn't even matter where you drop. This is a pretty small island, so you don't even need any cars. You just need your feet to get around the map. And right now, it doesn't seem to be any early game engagements. Perhaps over here, we do have XE versus FN. Looks like there'll be some trades. One first blood on the side of FN. Good for them. Good start. And it looks like we're down to 17 teams. I don't know if there's one team that missed. Looks like it's ASxI8 actually. And of course, FN not looking good for their side. Already lost Ghost and Hoxie. Final on the red, and Trey, once again, the last person standing, manages to revive final, but how long will they stay alive? That's the question.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how heated up things already is. And it's going to be a rematch here between DRS and DRX, which obviously earlier DRX was able to prosper out that. But now it's going to be a revenge run here from the side of DRS. Can they find more, though, is the question. Looking like they have already got 2 here. YTT able to get this one done. So far, ASxI8 looking like they got the numbers depleted already as well. So that's just going to be pretty unfortunate for the side of XD and ASxI8. But there could be bound to be a lot more fights here up ahead. As we start things off here with another reset on the feed. We do have NS Esports going up against Vampire here. KINOTROPE going to be up against the players of NEPX. But, I mean, Annie, there's just, what, 4 casualties happening here altogether.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty confused what's happening, but Vampire Esports definitely kicked the bucket. Not very immortal of them, but KINOTROPE as well gets eliminated as well, gets gunned down, and now DRS Gaming. They have several eliminations to their name. That goes the same with FN Esports, but unfortunately, they do lose 2 players on their side. Actually, they lose all 4 players. With that, we're down to 13 teams left. This is why I love Sanhok so much. It's not even 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, not gonna be a lot of times where we're just gonna be guessing what's gonna be happening, because everything is just happening here in this map of Sanhok. Finally, now here, Marcello, here up against DRX so far. I'm gonna be swinging by here on the right side, but little does he know, one player, Hinbin, his arch nemesis, is gonna be there just holding things down. And Crossfire here's gonna be set it up as well. Gonna swing on here with this teammate. 3-man push here up on the front lines, and it's gonna be DRX once again here on the trail.
Yeah. If you ask me how many people died, the answer is yes. Yes. Lots of people dying here and left and right. DRX already getting picked off. Lots of things happening. 12 teams left standing. And what is this? This hasn't even been 5 minutes. Everyone's just out for blood. And this is great. This is great. Love Sanhok so much. And of course, just taking a look at how some of these teams are doing. You know, some teams, they do still have all 4 players left standing, but a lot of them have their health picked off already.
12 teams left remaining. 4 already out. We're only talking about, what, 4 minutes inside of this game? Pretty gnarly, I must say. And it's kind of crazy that FN alongside the RX already out. one of the only 2 teams on the top 3 gun and dusted, and ASxI8 is on the verge of getting eliminated as well. So we're bound to see another run of a different winners here to be able to claim the winner chicken dinner in just a little bit. But they take a look at the rotation here. It's all going to be leaning towards the western side of the map and the central part. So there's only going to be 3 squads that will be facing that rotation. But do you even want to talk about rotation when you're talking about Sanhok?
Yeah, I mean, what rotation? Just walk. And just, you know, pretty much bulldoze the whole island. And if you see something moving, you shoot at it. That's Sanhok. That is the culture of Sanhok. But over here, of course, in this compound, I think this is like a warehouse compound. There's 2 teams. That'll be HORAA Esports and C1. Some pretty notable teams. We saw that a while ago, actually, they're teams to look out for. But over here, Reject versus RXS as well. See how that's going to play out for them. But of course, a little bit quiet on the kill feed for now. Everyone's just kind of taking position and waiting out the others. Perhaps we'll see a little bit more action once the circle closes in.
Smoke's gonna get deployed. Rejects Divine here. Up on the front. Looking to get one so far. It is gonna be ASxI8 what the name goes crazy. Keep it simple. Just like your game here. Nate's gonna get cooked. Kenzo's gonna be there on the other side. Not gonna be able to get anyone off that not just yet though. But they got shotguns. They got the DBS. They got the S12s here to play around with. So this camp here might just turn into a heavy bloodbath as we progress towards this very game. Moving up now so far. 30 seconds has passed. Still gonna be a stalemate.
That seems to be the case. So everyone's just waiting for someone to kind of make a move over here. And it's like actually there's one team that has the numbers advantage. So it's not looking good for the other team. But over there, kill feed, C1 does find a knock. But unfortunately, they do get traded off as well. So Mafia Ninja HORAA, using their ninja skills, kind of climb this wall. Finishes off Urcast on the side of C1. That's 2 eliminations to their name. But unfortunately, No Fear 911 will have to call 911 on their side. They need that revive. Of course, RAKSHYAS ESPORTS. That was pretty good reaction time. Kenzo does get 3 kills in the bag. Make that 5 for the side of RAKSHYAS ESPORTS. Doing quite well despite having only 3 players. And Lucifer already getting eliminated as well.
Ooh, Nade once again here. You're going to get cooked here by the side of Kenzo. RAKSHYAS ESPORTS, they need to get a breakaway. But they only got, what, 2 players here. 3 started off from the game. Not really the best composition that you'd want to have. Reject's definitely not going to be a squad that you kind of want to go up against with. As if at this point of time. Zone's going to be closing up now. And that should be Champions Esports now here eliminated by the side of HORAA there. So it's going to be pretty unfortunate. But hey, it is what it is. Now you move on out here towards RXS with Kenzo and ALX. Gonna be all alone now here, back against the wall.
Still in the same place as ever, but looks like there will be a third party coming in. They did hear all that ruckus. They're here to take a bite from that cake. Maybe some potential eliminations, you know. They know that there's someone in here, someone who just came from a fight. This will be free kill pretty much for that third party. But of course, in kill feed, we do see some skirmishes from other side of the map. For esports, unfortunately, we have 2 players needing that revive. And of course, Jiggle and Mafia Ninja HORAA, they're just trying their best, try to see if they can get those eliminations in the bag before they go ahead and help some players. Jiggle getting 1 knock. Will he get that confirmation? That's something that we'll find out real soon.
Not just yet. Ninja gets knocked down. Quite unfortunate. HORAA Esports. Here, Jiggle. Sleepy HORAA. About to go to sleep soon enough. Stuck in the smoke in the zone itself. Camp Bravo. A lot of teams are going to be calling Rendezvous now. Going to be facing that rotation. Yes, definitely a map that is going to be pretty small here. A map of Sanhok, but you kind of want to get that early rotation as well. Just to have the, you know, better control in the process. Look at this though. Sleepy HORAA is going to go for the fight, going to go for the spray. Confidently spots 2 players out and will be able to serve and get the connection.
Yeah, look at that health. I'm a bit worried But yep, over there from a distance, possible the longest elimination, but still not over just yet. The RS Gaming gets eliminated off. Royal Dragon trying to see if they can find any more kills at this point, but they are reaping the fruits of their labor for now. And of course, you can see that circle is gonna close in around the central southwestern part of Sanhok of the island. So lots of water and lots of players already within the circle. So all they have to worry about is kind of position themselves within some of these buildings. 1 versus 1, Lamborghini goes down, gets knocked off. Of course, DX Xavier trying to get those sprays on as well. Lamborghini already 2 eliminations, trying to find their third. Lots of Molotovs coming in, and with that, RAKSHYAS Esports does get eliminated off.
It's going to be beautiful shots here coming in from the side of the Xavier. Coming in, 4 eliminations to their name so far here on his way. Can he find some more? Paragin's going to be waiting for the Molly to distinguish. We'll be closing it up now. Going to be able to get the loot up in the board. But looking at the whole map here, they're not going to be able to find any casualties here in this point of time. So has to come down now to the rotations now here on stage 2 as it's about to close out. Stage 3 soon enough is going to be opening in. There's one guy with a horse. Yep, REDFORCE. XYZY. It's just having the time of his life.
I love that. I love that so much. I think that horses don't actually behave that well. It's once again, video game logic. But of course, we're seeing BIGETRON Esports still quite clean on their record. Lots of HP in each person. All 4 still standing. Unfortunately, 0 eliminations, however, despite so much violence happening in the first few minutes of the game. And of course, they will be moving on and trying to see if they can join in on the action later on. But for now, that circle is going to close in around Painan and Bootcamp.
This is going to be pretty wild. I mean, take a look at this. Are we even past the 10-minute mark? Not just yet. We're looking at a pretty compressed squad clash already here on the next circle. And I'm not going to be surprised if the game is going to end here as off in this very moment. It's it. Not sure if the API is bugging out, but definitely still states that they're still alive. NEPX, BTR though are truly the squads that I'm going to be eyeing out for here. They look to have the best odds of winning.
Ooh.
You take a look at this REDFORCE here. They got a horse. They got some classic cars. I mean, talk about a stacked team here, Andy.
Yeah. I mean, the horse just pretty much carries their team. That's like one more player on their side. Just give that horse a gun or something. Of course, for MERICAL Vibes, they have 0 eliminations so far, but BTR is there at the distance. Possible eliminations. Possibly they get wiped off as well. That's, one thing after the other. But right now, we're just going to see what's going to happen. BTR the opposite side of this road for MERICAL Vibes going in for the initiative. But unfortunately, no damage done just yet until now. Hide on Bush get dialed down.
There's going to be a lot of initiatives here from the side of MERICAL Vibes. But obviously with Zoil out, going to be taking extra precautions here, especially if you want to take up this fight. Especially it's up against BTR. Truly one of the most formidable forces here in this competition. Federalis alongside his teammates here, ZMJ, KK, you're going to be throwing up the nades. And it's going to be Snape able to get the connection here up against Docker. Here's Ziol. Look at the good respondent. Hopping inside of the compound. Looking to cut the distance down, but looking like the smokes are going to be enough for them to evade the fight soon enough. But I know for damn sure BTR is not going to waste any time at all. They want to close at the distance. They want to go for the fight. Want to ensure that they don't get any leeway for them to get some recovery back and track inside of this game. ZMJ here so far. Pushing up now. There's going to be one player, Snape, here down to the ground as well. Ooh. And a nade once again from the side of Refos for MERICAL Vibes, responding back with force.
And now BTR, all that's left is Federal and T1 Faker hide on Bush. To see if they can pretty much carry this engagement. FormV doing quite well. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to kill off hide on Bush. T1 Faker, definitely the Demon King, cannot be killed. They did get that revive in the bag, but unfortunately BTR once again, they couldn't save ZMJ from that revive. Snape is also losing their life little by little. Federal manages to heal themselves, but on the side of for MV. Looks like they're doing quite well. They're not giving Bigetron Esports any room to breathe. Just keep bombarding them with throwables.
Yeah, this is exactly what you got to do. Constant pressure here. Just making them guess all throughout, but that's going to be the confirmation to kill already. Snape's going to be out. Same goes for ZMJ. All going to come down to the Prodigy, Federalis, and his teammate on the other side, which is not going to be looking great here for them. Draw things back there here for set of the Xavier. Going to be able to hold on to this elevation. Has a lot of opportunities here to get some overview going on, but there's not going to be a lot of things to talk about here right around their vicinity. But Royal Dragon, though, look at them. Frag alongside Troublemaker is going to be down here, and it shows all going to come down to Claude to try to go for the clutch here up against NEPX as he finds Precious out. Should be able to get the confirmation off the kill, but he needs to run for his teammates and try to go for the res. But unfortunately, the two players from the side of NEPX is going to be closing in the distance as well. So it's a foot race in regards to who can save or who can finally serve the last and final blow to eliminate the opposition.
I mean, I wonder what Claw will do at this rate. It looks like RD is getting wiped down. No chances of revival right there. NEPX made sure of that. But, of course, Mukesh and Domain, they do have the numbers advantage against Claw. But over here, T2K, third party in this situation. It looks like Igneous will be taking Mukesh down. That's only one player left. That will be Domain left on the side of NEPX. Not looking good for their side, but let's see what's gonna happen if Domain can pull this clutch or T2K can finally wipe the floor clean.
Oh my days. Gonna call rendezvous with Mason here because things are not gonna be pretty clean here, I must say. But hey, if you got the confidence, be it. Right, bring it in now. But Bigetron Esports in the process will be eliminated. As Hideon is gonna get taken out. Same goes for a set of Federalis. Moving in here. NS gonna be circling all around, patrolling the scene, just waiting for the one player from the side of NEPX Domain to show up, but unfortunately, it's just not giving, not just yet, but hey, well prolonged fight, the nade connects, and finally we get to see NEPX Esports now here eliminated.
Now we're down to 5 last teams. That's DX, T2K, and Royal Dragon. And some other teams, 2 other teams. We'll see them later on. But for now, of course, there's a lot of action, especially on the side of Royal Dragon. Claw slowly but surely losing their health, but they're playing the healing game right now, trying their best to stay alive for the good of their team. But that circle is just dealing so much damage right now. It's not looking very sustainable on their side. But what can you do at this situation? Frag and Claw, all that's left. Beanie very low on health, unfortunately. They're still hanging on by a thread, but Claw couldn't finish them off. Claw is not in a good position right now. Getting shot at from behind the tree. Not a lot of places to hide at. Finally makes that move. RD frag. And in the distance. Still, let's see who will come up victorious. Will Frag get a frag? Or will they get cleaned out of this situation?
Nate's gonna get cooked. 5 to his name. Royal Dragon, frag here. Gonna be pushing up so far. T2K, Esports. Love it a lot, but now Royal Dragon's not gonna be eliminated. Definitely now. Here, 4 more squads here to the mixture. ASxI8, it's not gonna be found into the play. It is just gonna be T2K and MERICAL vibes. REDFORCE and Xavier here. Denae's gonna fly by. Not gonna be able to get anything off that here, not just yet, but there's just so many things that could be possibly happening, but for the time being, Xavier, they do find one that is going to be NS Esports here, getting trampled down by 2 players of Xavier.
Sprays in, Parjin from Xavier, trying to see if they can get eliminations. Speaking of eliminations, we're down to 3 teams. Xavier, 4 MERICAL Vibes, and T2K Esports. Up on this hill, we're going to expect a lot of grenades coming in from all 3 sides. Of course, numbers advantage coming in on the side of 4 MERICAL Vibes with 4 players still standing. T2K, however, they do have 3 eliminations. That goes the same with 4 MV as well. So, you know, in terms of statistics, I don't really have any bets, but numbers advantage, definitely 4 MERICAL Vibes. They have a pretty good chance.
This is going to be pretty tough, but may we see 4 MERICAL Vibes to reign supreme. Definitely. They're looking quite great, but I know Xavier is just as hungry as 4 MERICAL Vibes. But it's just all going to come down to the timing here. So far, a lot of eliminations. A lot of impact here off this round for Miracle Vibes has been having a go at it. The Xavier dominant numbers. It's been going through a lot as well. Kills, not going to be a problem for them here. It's just really how it could play out here is going to be whether can T2K actually put themselves into the mixture for that one. But we just got to wait it out and wait to see how things are going to be playing for the time being.
Yep, waiting and waiting and waiting. For Miracle Vibes, crosshairs out. They do see a lot of movement from distance. Of course, they're trying to see if they can get some bullets to connect. Of course, the Xavier versus T2K from a distance, and for Miracle Vibes trying to see if they can get any eliminations from the safety of afar. But over here, Nade T will be getting knocked down. This goes the same with T2K, one of their players, quite low on health, getting the dodging game really well. Unfortunately, Top does get them knocked down, but Parajin over here, quite low on health, manages to heal up. And so with that, we're still waiting to see if who will win in this situation, because it looks like for Miracle Vibes, they did stay in safety and they're still alive. I feel like they have this in the bag, but you know, the Xavier, yep, no miracle there. It would be for Miracle Vibes who'll be banging this winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, they got it well done. GG's well played. For Miracle Vibes now here, finally on top of the game, and they're gonna be able to get this one down for the first time here. 4 separate winners here. I mean, I'm just missing out the whole initial possible things that could possibly happen, but fortunately we do get it done, and I'm just pretty happy. You know, for Miracle Vibes, I'm a huge fan of them. I've been watching them all across the board, and finally here, let's go.
Yeah, that's a proud father right there. For Miracle Vibes, you can hear Ward is quite proud of you, and you know, this is the 4th map. This is their first winner chicken dinner, hopefully not the last, by the way. And they had a pretty good strategies. They had pretty good plays. So, you know, they quite deserve it. But I'm really excited to see how the statistics go. Because so far, I observed from them, they play quite safely. And it does pay off. That's 10 placement points for winning winner chicken dinner. But still, how that translates to the leaderboards, that's something that I want to look forward to.
Definitely. And I'm looking forward to a lot of things as well. And yeah, I mean, I'm just pretty stunned. I'm kind of surprised in how they were able to get the one done, but really, truly the late game, just like how ASxI8, how I known them, they were able to force that one down and was able to get the last and fall adjustments, and gunfights was just spot on there compared to the Xavier.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of those teams, ASxI8 probably have some problem on their side. They couldn't participate in the Sanhok map. Perhaps that'll be the reason why they didn't get much points as well in map number 3. So, you know, whatever happens, hopefully they do bounce back in, you know, the next chances to come. But still, a pretty good team alongside former Vibes, alongside FN Esports. Actually was looking out for them, but unfortunately they fell off quite early as well. So you know what, once again, this is the reality of Battle Royale. You win some, you lose some, and for now the winning will go towards the side of former Vibes.
Rifus with 3, pushing it now with 2 for the set of top, and Ziel with 1 here, getting this one through. I mean, truly a different roster for Miracle Vibes that I was so used to seeing there, but definitely the heart still lives on here for them. Hands down, truly one of the most interesting runs out there. But if you want to talk about the MVP, you got to talk about Klawu from the side of the Royal Dragons.
Yeah, Claw a while ago, they were pretty much just surviving for that long, despite being like the only player standing in their team. Of course, they managed to revive Frag along the way, but still 4 eliminations, but 743 total damage, and longest elimination of 143 meters. Not as impressive as the 300 meters from the previous map. Once again, this is a Sanhok. Not sure if a 300 meter would be possible with this terrain, but of course, this is the match summary as well. 62 total eliminations, 6 grenades, 2 airdrops looted, 1 vehicle elimination, 5,502 healing done, and oh yeah, there we go, 352 longest eliminations by none other than Leviso.
Yeah, pretty clean, pretty well done there from side of Leviso. And we were talking about him earlier, and this guy definitely was bound to bag this MVP here. Well done for the side of Leviso here. Moving over, I'm pretty stoked up to see what more can we see from the side of the Xavier. But yeah, I'm more than ever so happy to see this one play out. Teams to focus on that match number 4, day number 1 for MERICAL Vibes, the Xavier, T2K Esports, and Royal Dragons.
Yeah, definitely teams to focus, of course, for MERICAL Vibes. They did bag the first winner chicken dinner for their side. And the Xavier, we're always seeing their name, especially towards the end of the late game. And T2K Esports, of course, we did see the performances quite impressive, but still we've yet to see them dominate the game. But of course, lots of good prospects. But yes, this is the match leaderboards for match number 4. That'll be for MERICAL Vibes, 16 total points. DX coming in second with 14, T2K with 13, RD with 10. It goes the same with NEPX, and NS does get 9, RXS with 7, FNDRS HORAA with 4 each, XT with 2, BTR with 1, and the rest of the 5 teams will unfortunately go home with no points for match number 4.
Yeah, gonna be unfortunate, but hey, it is what it is. And moving over, this was a pretty nice run once again. But hey, guys, if you guys are enjoying the show here for Training Grounds Pro Nepal series here of the tournament, there's still what 2 more matches to go. And taking a look back now at the overall scoreboard, 45 points for the side of FN Esports, 34 for the side of NEPX, 31 for the side of DRX, 30 for the side of DRS Gaming. The rest will live on. There's still a lot of fights to be said, but I'm kind of impressed how well FN Esports is just continuously retaining the top spot here, Annie.
Yeah, definitely. And to think that FN Esports didn't really make it to the late game, still, they have 11 points away from top number 2. That will be NEPX Esports, 34 points. If FN Esports continues on with this consistency, we might be seeing them as the champions. But once again, it's quite too early to say that. We're still in match number 4. We still have 2 matches for tonight, and of course 2 days each with 6 maps. So these 18 teams, they can catch up to the top number 1 FN Esports. And definitely FN Esports, they shouldn't be complacent. They should keep on playing consistently if they really want that top number 1 prize pool.
That's going to be pretty interesting to see, no? But moving over, I think we just have to wait it out and see how this one's going to play out. But Annie, unfortunately, I'm going to be cutting it short for me here. Joining on the dash right after this break is still going to be Annie. Next time, going to be with Torix as well. I'm going to be sitting on the back. But, we just got to wait and see once again. If you guys have any questions in line that you guys want to ask, just, drop it down there on the comment section below, because I know for sure Annie and ya boy, Daddy Torix, going to be able to cover for it.
Yeah, and we'll be missing you, Warden. You are once again leaving us behind as usual. But we'll be seeing you maybe in the future. But for now, yeah, excited to see Torix. And of course, excited to see the next few games. But of course, we will be moving on to a break. We won't be seeing Warden anymore, but you'll be seeing me in a few minutes. So for those of you staying in the stream, we'll be seeing you in a while.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back, for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Welcome back, guys, to PUBG Mobile Training Grounds Pro Nepal. We're seeing a new face right now. Once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and joining with me is Torix to sub for Warden. Torix, how are you?
Thank you so much, Annie, first of all, for the wonderful welcome. And yes, it has been a while. It has been a while that we have
Totally
casted
forgot.
together.
Yeah.
And today, the 4 matches so far, they have been concluded. We have seen some of the teams getting some good, decent eliminations, some chicken dinners going on. But it's time. It's time for the final 2 matches to conclude, the final 2 matches to commence. And from that point onward, the day number 1 of the PUBG Mobile Training Ground Pro Nepal will be concluded. The day number 1 is just 2 matches away. From this point onward, if you are still lacking on your points, on your point structure, you have to step up at this point. You have to start stepping up from this point onward. You're not going to make any kind of mistake that might trigger any bad stuff that's not going to go good for you for the next 2 days. I think it is a complete factor of 3 days of a scenario of the Pro League, Pro Nepal. So day number 1, where teams usually tend to know how the opponent play their strategies, we can safely assume, yes, even if today does not go well for some of the teams, tomorrow might be a new start for them.
Yeah, and hopefully for the teams, especially that needs to catch up on the points, especially those that fell off in the last 4 games, they definitely have to catch up in day number 2 and day number 3. I mean, they have an advantage after day number 1. They can review the stream and see how the other teams play, study their strategies, study their drop-off points, and then go on from there, make some new strategies. And of course, these 18 teams, of course, they need to do their best because that prize pool isn't a joke. It's $1,000 being split between the 5 top teams.
That is true. $1,000 being split into the top 5 teams. That is a big, I'd say, not even big. I'd say it's a really decent number of motivation that you guys have for even like commencing your battles and everything. But as we're talking about it, the teams are already dropping into the map of the Miramar, Valle del Mar. There's Minas del Valle. There's I only see one team kind of like splitting between the Valle del Mar and the Minas del Valle for some reason. But in the Chumacera area, there are two teams. There are a clash going around, same as the Los Leones, as both of the parties so far. They're gliding all the way towards the Los Leones area. Western side areas, they're kind of like an easy accessibility for the teams, but the eastern, the truck stop, the La Bendita, the Impalas, all those areas, they're not going to be accessible for the teams unless they have like really found themselves a decent amount of vehicle transportation. But here we go. In the Picado, we are not only seeing some eliminations, some knockouts, but also some complete eliminations as well. That's one, that's two, that's almost three players out of this match at the very start. Things are not looking good. Zeol with the crossbow in hand. Come on, let's see. Can you get some shots connected on your enemies or not?
Alright, Katniss, thanks for those kills. But Ziol, what can you do with only a crossbow? Let's see if we can get any kills in that situation. But of course, it's barely been 2 minutes into the game, and of course, with early game engagements, it's all about who manages to get the better guns at this point. And Suba over here with the DBS already. Very good prospects on them, depending on how they play their cards right, how they step between step in this ground. But right now, looks like for MERICAL vibes and KINOTROPE, I believe, they'll be battling it out on this compound to see who can secure this area for themselves.
They are trying to like secure these areas for themselves, but Zeol, come on. Finally, he gets that crossbow connected. Zeol gets one of the Team Cayen's player eliminated from this point onward. 18 teams into the match. Claw also going on forward for the fight. Royal Dragons, things are not looking good for you as one player is in the opponent's house, is in the enemy's territory. If the enemy decide to rush up on him, gang up on him, he has nowhere else to go, but he jumps down. A very decent move, but with the Royal Dragon once again all together, they're going to go forward. ASxI8 in the meanwhile against Team RD as well. There's another RC, in fact, not RD, RC. They managed to secure a knockout. So it's not just a one place. We're seeing fight at the Picado. We're seeing fight at the Chumacera areas. We're also seeing the fight at the Los Leones area. So that's 2, 3, 4 areas back to back that are getting some kind of clashes, that are getting some kind of aggressions. But here we go. Frag waiting just patiently in the stairs. Anyone that dares even come close to the stairs side to even take a peek, that's the player that's going to take that momentum up against all the enemies.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the fun part about this scrimmage. It seems that these teams, they're out for blood, they're out for violence. I mean, this is Miramar, but still we're seeing a lot of aggression so early on in the game. But unfortunately, we do still see 18 teams, but the number of players have gone considerably down, and it'll go down even more if TZ over here doesn't heal up and gets finished off. But they managed to heal themselves up. XZY, however, kicks the bucket quite early on. Lots of things happening in the kill feed as well. For MERICAL vibes, lots of other teams. REDFORCE, Ziol over here finally has the DBS in hand. They can get serious, but the question is between KN, 4MV, who will reign victorious. OZ goes down, and there we go. KINOTROPE gets knocked off, the first team, in fact, in this map.
Oh my god, Zeol, you beauty with a 1v3 connected on your opponents. That's an amazing start that this guy has managed to secure for himself. But on the other side, Nomching REDFORCE, one player so far has been eliminated. That is XZY. TZ close into the vicinity. There's also Doxy. There's also Beanie. You have to be very cautious around this area. The team Royal Dragons, they're closing in. They are stepping up. Together, they are stepping up into the premises of your areas. How are you going to defend it? It all depends upon you. Beanie so further away from the team. There is no hopes for the survival of TZ if he manages to get a knockdown on himself. But there we go. Some shots coming around. round. Doc, right after that, getting out of the compartment, going once again one step below towards the premises. But in the meanwhile, for Miracle Vibes, the way that they started their aggression, now they are the one that are facing all that aggressive stances and getting shut down.
Once again, this is Miramar. We're down to 15 teams already. That's 3 teams knocked off. Hasn't even been 10 minutes into the game. And there's a possibility that some teams will get knocked down as well in this situation, especially between REDFORCE and RD. So just waiting on them. Just waiting for something to happen. Definitely these 2 teams, they're going to go on aggressive. And we're just waiting for someone to initiate that fight, that engagement. So far, it would be REDFORCE trying to take position. That goes the same Royal Dragon as well. Just behind this wall. Whoever steps into the fray first. See what's gonna happen. Looks like TZ will be losing their life. Gets knocked down. Doxy not looking good for their side as well. They're half on health, trying to see if those bullets will connect. Unfortunately, in that corridor, lots of things happening. Lots of bullets going about. The question is, who will come up victorious between these 2 squads?
Oh my god, amazing, amazing Namshing's REDFORCE. The way that they secured their momentum after TZ's elimination, it's a decent one. Right now, it's an equilibrium of 2 versus 2. Doc, on the other hand, is all alone in this compartment. Shotgun, M249 versus the UMP45. UMP45 goes on the reload. The player comes in. Troublemaker makes trouble for the Namshing's REDFORCE. And with this, and now only a last guy, the last person is surviving. That is Vinny getting that nade cooked up. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and it's a millisecond grenade that went over there. Did not made any kind of connection. Shotgun versus shotgun. 1897. The pump action are on their way, but Beanie, you have to go in close. You have to get in close. The player is getting that revival. The player will get the revive once again. The team is back on their feet, but instantly gets denied. Namshing's REDFORCE taking out the Royal Dragon, but Royal Dragon, I have to give it to them. They still managed to secure those 3 eliminations for their name, and almost completely wiping out the momentum from the Namshing's REDFORCE. DRX on the other side, talking about the Picado area. We can see them close to another premises of the enemies, but the shots, but the fires, the engagement, it's kind of not happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're moving on to the quiet part of the map. Hopefully, after all that early game engagements, all that gunfights, I think everyone is just worrying about the circle at this point. It's gonna close in around Los Leones, Picado. Yeah, so everyone's just gonna make their rotations. Everyone's just gonna secure their vehicles, and everyone's just gonna prepare for the worst towards this mid to late game.
That is true. That is true. And that is quite unfortunate for many of the teams that have been already eliminated. And some of the teams that are down to their last premises players. Namshing REDFORCE is one of them. Team FN, I have to say, they're also one of them, as they have also lost 2 of their players, 2 of their key players at this point, and staying on the very top of the leaderboard in the overall ranking. This is not gonna be good for them, because NEPX now has a decent chance. C1, even Team ASxI8, all the players above 30 points have a decent chance of taking them down from the hashtag #1, given that they do manage to secure a decent number of eliminations, plus a top 3, top 2 ranking for themselves. But Big Fafa now looking at the team of WPE, Vampire Esports players. That's 3 he has spotted so far. Big Fafa, not at a single moment, not a single momentum, not a single footstep that he has given. But finally, he makes some shots, he makes some connections, but not enough to get the player down. Has a shotgun in the hand. Player will close in, but the main question still remains: will the player close in with a decent number of their allies, or it's going to be a solo player rushing in, getting knocked down, and vice versa?
Yeah, that's a question that needs to be asked. And with that, DRX, will they answer? How will they answer, rather? Because Big Fafa, I'm not really a big fan of the guns that they're up. There we go. Big Fafa will almost say big goodbye, but there's still a chance of revival, so we might be seeing them in action once again. But right now, all eyes on Hyunbin. Gets a shot at that stairs.
Beautiful.
Not a good place to be in. Unfortunately, we might be saying goodbye for DRX. It will be OX. I'm sorry, I don't know what their name was, but the last person standing on their team, well, they'll have to carry the rest of this, the rest of their banner for the rest of this game.
They do, but on the other side, DX, D Xavier's, Nate T, he threw a nade, did not get any kind of connection, but HORAA closing in, Nate T, low on that HP, trying to make those peak shots connected, but not enough, it's all over, D Xavier's out of the match. Vampire Esports, they're also closing in, rushing in to the last player of DRX at this point, and DRX, the last guy, he just manages to like run away from this area, run away from this premises at this point, and I'd say this is a good start for the guy. He know when he needs to like fall back from the areas, not get into any kind of fight. And Ozzy, you did a right call at this point, but ASxI8, oh my goodness, weak eliminations coming in. Casanova, Zephyr, those are the two guys that were trying to get some eliminations, but Casanova gets instantly picked off. Zephyr and another guy from the team ASxI8 are the only two players remaining into the match. Champions Esports C1, Eric for ST. Come on, go forward. You manages to get that knockout. Come on, we need some confirmations now.
I mean, I was quite shocked at FN getting eliminated right there. That's our top team, and unfortunately, I don't think they managed to get any eliminations at that point. But of course, there's still lots of chances to be had in the next maps. Well, it's quite unfortunate they, let's just see if there's another team that can overtake them, because they're quite far off up in the leaderboards. In fact, they're 11 points away from NEPX. So, they can kick their feet up for a little bit longer, but they shouldn't be too complacent. But of course, moving on to the other teams, of course, Champions Esports over here doing quite well already with 4 eliminations to their name, 1 each player. But unfortunately, Atomic either disconnected or got picked off and then disconnected. So one of those things, we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen, because it looks like Champions Esports, they have their target locked on to this house.
They do. They have their targets locked on onto the house. But here we go. DRS making sure all the vehicles beside their own does not even have any kind of survival chances. They are making sure that every single tire that they see of any vehicle, aside from their own, they burst it out. But the main question still remains, have they managed to do that? Have they managed to do this with this single vehicle that the guy was actually looking at, shooting at? Marcelo, this is kind of an open area. This is kind of an open premises for the team DRS, and I would not suggest them to hold this area for too much longer, but we have another circle closing in within the 15 seconds, 20-second maximum, and Marcelo, YTT, alongside the rest of his player, that is Team Champions 1, in fact, Eric for STAZ, they're also closing in into the premises, but the connections, the players, the info, these are the crucial factors as another circle closes in. Prior to the last circle, this one is kind of in the middle, in the very middle, so it's not that much of a hard shift for the teams, for the players. The teams that were on the other side at the very corners, all of those teams will have to certainly move inside of that circle. C2K, I do love the fact that Igneous is already in the circle, whereas he's giving the call-outs to his rest of his team that, okay, everything's clear, the premises is clear, let's go, let's move into the circle. And as soon as they're going to move inside of that circle, they're going to have the upper advantage against almost 50% of the other teams that are not.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you right there. I mean, there's a lot of things to think about, but for now, it's a little bit quiet until now. BTR does find Vampire Esports. BIGETRON Esports up there, trying to get some shots, and they do knock off one. unfortunately. BTR, they're down to 3 players. But it's not gonna stop them from
Oh
trying
my
to take
God.
down Vampire Esports. Quite a far cry, but they do get those bullets to connect Vampire Esports. They're
One down.
on a very bad spot, but speaking of bad spot, Hide on Bush as well goes on the red, needs that revive.
He couldn't hide on that bush and got
Yeah.
eliminated early on. Come on. But still managed to get that one knockdown. It's a crucial factor, but Team Vampire Esports now not only they have like reset themselves into the area, the player that was knocked down is back on his feet, but also on the 75% HP side. BIGETRON, Snape, come on. You can manage to get that elimination done on the players. You have 40 bullets into the Scarl. Red dot already connected. Get some shots, get some connectivity, get a knockdown. One knockdown is enough against Team Vampire Esports at this point, but the main question will still remain, who will get that knockout, and that is Snape. Once again, he's gonna make stay humble this point. He's gonna humble him, get him down, get him knocked out, closes in with another player of the Team Vampire Esports. On the other side, if we're talking about the Federale, he's gonna throw a grenade, which is definitely not going to connect, but there are some shots, there are some random shots connecting on the guy. He is losing that HP. Federal, come on, Federal, go on, get that connectivity, get that shot connected, but you look the other way. He's not gonna look, he has his eyes set up upon you. He's gonna take you down. On the other side, Snape once again going forward. Instantly he's gonna get taken down by the S12K. Tony K, a savior for the team.
I mean, Tony K had such little health, but still manages to wipe out BTR. That's crazy. But speaking of wipe up, Hozaifa gets a lot of bullets into their system. Unfortunately, gets knocked down, but of course, we're looking at ASxI8 finally back on the fray, trying to get those points in, trying to get back into the game after missing out on one game. But of course, RAKSHYAS Esports will say goodbye for now. Now we're down to 8 last teams and 24 players remaining in this map. And so lots of things are gonna happen soon, but for now we're looking at Casanova, trying to see if they can make an initiative on this engagement in this compound.
They are, and we are 18 minutes into the match, and you can see the circle, you can see the teams, how they are trying to move inside of those premises. We can already see one team outskirts of the Ladrelia area. That is, I think, ASxI8 at this point. Yes, they are the team ASxI8 versus XT. The grenade will go over there. ASxI8, baby, is finally going to take down the team XOTIC's player, and it's all over. Vampire Esports, they're also one of the few players that are at the very bottom of the game line so far. They're on the hashtag number 16, but look at the circle and in its all glory. This time around, it's going to take a shift towards the western side. Vampire Esports, they have an easy entry. Once again, on the other side, DRS, they are already in the circle looking at the team at DRX. And I just realized this, Annie, that DRX, as they're still surviving with that solo player, this team, because we saw them like at 5, maybe 10 minutes marker that, okay, they were down to their very last player. But now I'm looking at them and they're still surviving and thriving with that final man.
I mean, that guy's probably good at really good at baiting, and that's all they can do for their team at this point. I mean, this is a numbers disadvantage no matter how you look at it, and perhaps this player is just playing for, you know, placement points. That's what they can do. That's the best thing that they can do for their team. But over here, DRS Gaming versus ASxI8 Marcelo. Let's see, this is a 1 versus 1. Does get a 1 elimination in the bag with that shotgun, but of course, that's a 5 eliminations for the whole team. Trying to see if they can get 6.
God.
And EPX at a distance, grenade in hand, like trying to see if anything will be taking damage, but fortunately, it won't be enough for a knock.
It definitely wasn't enough for a knock, but a really decent number of damage that the player has managed to secure on the player. But DRS, now your position is revealed. You are getting surrounded by 2 different teams. There's NEPX, there's the team ASxI8, Baby, the last guy that is surviving. Jiggle HORAA in the meanwhile. They're also looking from a third-party, fourth-party angle at the premises against all of these players. So anything is possible at this point. You just have to stick around and find out out at this like momentum as seven teams out of which the top fours are still surviving aside from the team FN. So DRS, ASxI8 and NEPX, that number 2 onward to number 4, they are still surviving. 35 points, 34 points, ASxI8, NEPX has 34 points as well. So if ASxI8 gets eliminated from this point onward, that's an instant one step above, like one step like on the ladder for the team at NEPX from this point onward, because not only they have 34 total points to their name, but also 4 men standing into the game as well. ASxI8, baby, he just want to get out of this area. He just want to get out of this premises, but no, he's actually going to stop. He's actually going to click the grenade, but instantly get some shots connected on him. He throws the grenade on the HORAA esports side, Mafia Ninja. He survives. He jumps down on the other side. The back shots, the back stabs are coming in. HORAA esports getting those damages connected on them. Jiggle managed to get one player taken down. You can see HORAA esports, you can see DRS, you can even see NEPX into the background, and there is the team ASxI8, just a single guy, baby, in the middle of all of that.
Yeah, actually, lots of things happening at the top of this hill. Lots of long distance battles between, I don't know, maybe like 3 or 4 different teams, and Jiggle trying to get those sprays from so far off, and those grenades are trying to deal some damage as well. But in the end, YTT does get Master Ninja knocked down on the side of HORAA. They'll be needing that revive, but on the other hand, HORAA esports are doing quite well so far. 7 eliminations, trying to see if they can get an 8. Jiggle getting those bullets in, trying to connect, but unfortunately DRS quite sturdy. They're not going down without a fight, and of course they have the grenades out, trying to see if they can get these players from HORAA down.
They are trying, and I have to commend them on this, but they're not getting any kind of connections. And looking at Jiggle so far, he's actually outside of the circle. Staying there is definitely going to bring problems, because as soon as the circle is going to start, there's going to be different teams looking at you, looking at your angle, that if you're trying to get inside of that circle, you will be taken off. DRS rushing onto the team at NEPX. NEPX, come on. Tried their level best, but could not get that shots connected on towards the players. Marcelo staying prone down near his car into the safe side area. But now, after DRS's fight versus NEPX, it is HORAA versus DRS. HORAA manages to get one down. NEPX Precious manages to take Giante down with a grenade as well. It is not looking good. It is not looking good for the team DRS right now, as Marcelo and Delta, the only 2 guys that are surviving for the teams, tries to get a team NEPX out of this premises. They manages that, but now instantly HORAA esports, they're a constant threat to these guys, to their survival, that is right now being commenced upon.
Lots of things happening, but important thing is we're down to 6 teams. DRS versus HORAA once again. No fear, definitely not having any fear despite being bombarded by a lot of throwables. But T2K right behind DRS, not a very good look for DRS right now. He's getting sandwiched by multiple teams. But of course, they'll have to work with what they have. And wow, stay humble. Beside Vampire Esports with 5 eliminations already to their name all alone. That's absolutely crazy. But of course, all eyes on them. Gonna see who will come up victorious between these 5 teams. Because right now, in terms of numbers, I think T2K Esports, they have a pretty good chance. And we can see Igneous trying to throw that grenade. Bounces off, however, doesn't really hit its target. But, let's just see what happens, because right now everyone's just taking position.
Everyone is definitely taking the positions, but there goes the grenade. It manages to connect on toward the players. Now he's going to go forward with the M4. Being on the reload, he will be the one that's going to get taken down. T2K, come on. You had the perfect opportunity, but almost lost it. But there we go, DRS. They have finally been eliminated out of this premises. We are down to the top 4 team. Top 4 teams, Vampire Esports, 2 players, DRX solo, ASxI8 solo, and T2K, 3 man still standing. But Vampire is also going to lose one more of their players. They're going to be down to the solo. It's a 4 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1. three teams, three different teams as a solo and just a single team amongst all of their peers with a full squad. That is an easy chicken dinner coming around, securing around for the T2K side as another team, Empire Esports, they get taken down by them. That's 5 eliminations. Judging from the fact if DRX and ASxI8 just get onto the fight against Team T2K, that's 7 elimination chicken dinner. We are talking for the T2K at this point. DRX, come on. I still want to see what your next move is going to be, how you're going to survive from this point onward, because you clearly survived from all the way to the very start, all the way up till the 26th minute marker. For now, ASxI8 cooking that Molotov. Come on. You're not supposed to throw this. You're not supposed to reveal your location out like this.
Yeah, it happened. But honestly, these last few minutes, this is a fight between ASxI8 and DRX for the second placement point, because T2K, they have us in the bag with just the numbers. Obviously, DRX and ASxI8 they stand no chance, but still ASxI8 Esports throwing those throw balls, trying to probably bait. Perhaps, I'm not sure what they're thinking, but of course that's just gonna happen right now. I really want to see how DRX is faring. However, it looks like they're also trying to hide, also trying to see if they can survive
my
longer than
God.
Baby. But Ruts OG is not giving that opportunity to ASxI8, because that is a 1 point. That is 1 elimination if they get Baby down. And with that,
It's over.
Love versus Baby. Baby, love, Baby. 1 versus 1, and no one wants to go down. And with that, Baby, I don't think they stand a chance. But T2K, they're having quite trouble trying to take him down. But yeah, finally the job's done, and now all that's left is to hunt down QXZZZ.
I just love the fact, and you might have realized this as well, that QXZZZ, he stayed in this exact shack from the very start all the way up to the very end, and he's surviving. Everybody around the premises, they got eliminated. They got themselves handed to them, but now QXZZ, he managed to take down 1 player. Come on, can you get at least securement of that elimination? And that is an answer. That is an answer. He manages to secure 1 more elimination before going out. It's a trade-off. It's a winner chicken dinner for the side of an amazing start, amazing end to the match number 5.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, DRX, those last few minutes, that was pretty good for them. And I'm pretty sure QXZZZ could pretty much just put their phone there, wait for 10 minutes, and they'd still be alive. That's absolutely crazy. I mean, that's like the second placement points. That's a good run. Yeah. Plus 1 more elimination towards the end. But of course, once again, congratulations to the star of the show for this 5th map. That'll be T2K bagging this winner chicken dinner. Absolutely great performance, great survivability. Towards the end, they still had 4 players, and so with that, it's quite commendable on their side.
Yeah, till the end they had 4 players, but at the very exact last moment they managed to lose just a single player, but not enough for their team to crumble. They managed to still secure that winner chicken dinner for themselves. That's 7 points, 7 elimination, and to the side of the T2K. That means 17 points are being accumulated for them in this match, in this exact match. And from this point onward, we can safely assume that yes, they are also going to be one of the top contenders that might take that top position, because it's just the start of the game. It's just the start of the training grounds from this point onward. And T2K, they were on the hashtag number 11, the last we saw them into the overall ranking. With this match, 17 points to their name. That's 39 points. Imagine DRS, ASxI8. Okay, ASxI8 still managed to secure till the top 3, so at least those 5 placement points that will be given out to them. That is a good thing. That is a good job. They're gonna still be on the hashtag number 1, 2 or 3 at this point, 3 to 4. But I'm talking about the T2K. This was one of the team that did not play very good. That did not play that good into the starting. But here we go. We have the winner chicken dinner stats. 3 elimination for the Igneous, 2 for Rules, 1 for Ajaya, and Lova C. He did not manage to get a single elimination into the match. But look at the damage. Igneous, Did he just got 3 or 4 elimination with just 200 damage?
Yeah, and on the other hand, the other player with only 2 eliminations gets 600 damage. But of course, this is the MVP of the match, VPES Sweps. I'm so sorry, but he has 5 total eliminations and 700 something damage. Quite great statistics going on from their side. But of course, this is the match summary. This is 68 total eliminations, 4 grenade eliminations, 3 airdrops looted, 1 vehicle elimination, 7,146 healing done, and of course, the longest elimination with 361 meters does go on to DRS's YTT.
I mean, Miramar at its finest. We see vehicle eliminations, we see grenades, we see long eliminations, and that is a good thing. But teams to focus, the top 4 teams in this match. T2K, 24 kilometers of a distance. ASxI8, almost 20 kilometers of a distance that they managed to secure in this match. Vampire Esports with 16.7 kilometers. DRS, 20.8 kilometers. With throwables being used as the highest, I'd say, for the team of Vampire Esports. But going to the match leaderboard, it is... wait, I thought that was 7 eliminations to the T2K side, but that is actually 6 elimination, 16 points. ASxI8, they managed to get 7 eliminations, 12 total points to their name. Vampire Esports with the 12, DRS with the 12, HORAA Esports with the 10, and we have our top 5 in this match with double-digit points. DRX managed to secure the 2nd position. Because of that, they managed to secure 7 points. XT, 6 total points, 4 for the team. Nomshing's REDFORCE, 4 Miracle Vibes with the 4, C1 with the 4 as well. And slowly, you can see the points being depleted. But here we go, the thing that we were all waiting for. Team FN Esports still on the hashtag number 1. But this match, if they do not play good, they will be taken down. DRS, 42 points. ASxI8, 40 points. T2K from hashtag number 11 all the way up to the hashtag number 4. That is a great jump for the T2K side. 38 points. DRX, 38 points. NEPX, 36. Champions, 32, alongside of HORAA with 31. And the first chart, the first half of Xavier with 29.
Quite nervous for FN Esports right there. I mean, a while ago in the previous table, they were about 11 points away from the top 2 spot. But right now, there's only a 3-point gap between them and the top number 2. So if they don't play a little bit better in the coming maps, then, there's a possibility that they'd get overtaken. Especially since they didn't really win any points in this map. And of course, actually, NEPX dropped by quite a lot. And on the other hand, T2K did quite well. They secured a lot of eliminations and they also got a chicken dinner, and that just helped them so much, rack up so much points that they shot up all the way to, a cut of the prize pool so far. But of course, you know what? There's still 2 more days to come, and of course there's 1 more map later on. So, lots of things can still change later on.
Yeah, there's still a lot going on. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going on a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. Make sure you hit that like, make sure you hit that subscribe, and we will see you after the short little highlight break.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back. For the people in the back, 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 back. For the people in the back, 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 back. For the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the PUBG Mobile Training Grounds Pro Nepal. This is once again the day number 1 of the PUBG Mobile Training Ground, and this is Torix with you guys alongside of Annie. Annie, welcome back once again for the final match of the day as well.
Yeah, finally the final match for today. I'm really excited to see how this will play out because for our day 1, this will be the last chance for these 18 teams to score all those points as much as possible.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of teams that fell off in the past few games and they really need to catch up if they want a cut from that beautiful prize pool. But of course, for the teams that are doing quite well, it's a good thing for them. They should play it consistently.
Yeah.
But there are actually more teams out there that I'm a little bit worried about, especially FN Esports. They're about to get overtaken by the top 2. So, rooting for these teams and, may the best team win, rather.
May the best team win. May the best team win. And judging from this, team needs to set up their momentum as we already talked about. As I've already said this in the previous match, that this is just the first day. Even if you make the mistakes today, it doesn't mean that you are going to make the same mistake, similar mistake tomorrow. But for that, you have to make sure that you do your homework, you do your trainings for the day, for the next day as well. Make sure that you read your opponents, how they performed into the day number 1, what are they doing, what kind of rotations that they were doing, and what kind of fights that they were more consistent on in taking rather than the one that they were disengaging. You kind of want to take them into their not territorial areas where you can have the upper advantage against them from this point onward, as the day number 2 and day number 3 will determine who will stay on the top as we move into the very final match of the day. This is the match number 6, ladies and gentlemen, the Erangel play line going all the way from the crash side down to the Milta Power.
Yep, not a lot of room, especially, you know, around in the southwestern part of this Erangel map. I don't think people can reach, say, Fairy Pier or Primors, but of course, if they want to get their vehicles, then they could. But right now, I'm gonna expect that. Actually, I was expecting that maybe a little bit more teams will be going for the northern part of the map, but it looks like a lot of people want the southern part. I mean, there's some hot drops were there, Pochinki, Gatka, Farm, Milta Power Plant, because I mean, those are pretty staples, and I'm sure a lot of these teams love those drop off points. But whether or not we'll be seeing some early game engagements, that's left yet to be seen, because looking at the northern part, I think I see some bullets coming in from these two teams, T2K to ASxI8 to be exact.
You're looking at the bullets. I am looking at the circle. The hard southeastern area. Oh my goodness, the teams. They are devastated right now because of the circle. And ASxI8 right now, Casanova, Jinx. The two guys are right now knocked down, baby, giving that survival, whereas Josefa is holding down the premises, looking at the players. And if T2K even dares to come into the front lines to take that fight, Josefa will be there to take the player down. But here we go. Love's position has been revealed once again. Love, he gets back inside of that compartment, goes down, try to look through the door, and now closing in to the side of Josefa. He might have a decent angle. But he's going to go inside of that room. But NEPX on the other side. Domain manages to get one elimination to the side. And Namshing's REDFORCE, they're losing one of their players. T2K has lost so far 3 of their players. And this is not looking good for the T2K, because last match, they managed to secure a chicken dinner for themselves. This match, they're almost the first team to get eliminated from this point onward. And no, this is not looking good. But Royal Dragons cooking that grenade. They're going to throw it up, but not enough room, not enough space that they can safely dispose this grenade onto their enemies. Roy is going to get that elimination of Suba. After Suba's elimination, now Claw is going to throw that grenade, which is actually going to hit Roy. Roy instantly going to get knocked out. Instant of finish up. Royal Dragon, this is a 1-to-1 ratio of the eliminations that we are seeing. Both parties manage to secure at least one point, and making all the fight towards this no Rupnoi side and equilibrium.
Yeah, I mean, that's a trade-off, but still no one reigns supreme in this particular situation. But still, fight's not over just yet. RD versus XC, but all the while somewhere out there in the map, NEPX, our top number 2 team, does get eliminated off quite early on. And so that was their last chance for today, but still, we still have 2 days once again. So, you know, they can go ahead and catch up, but on the side of, say, FN, it looks like they do have 49 points already. So that's going good for them. ASxI8 versus T2K. It's not over just yet. Looks like they're kind of taking position, trying to see if they can get some pickoffs. Love is quite low on health, literally hanging on by thread. Doesn't look like they have any healing items, because they're not resetting, they're not healing. They're getting surrounded sooner or later, but RD Frag gets a fragged on the side of XT. Pretam getting that kill in the bag, and with that, you know, lots of things happening. It hasn't even been 5 minutes into the game.
It hasn't even been 5 minutes into the game, and we have already seen one complete team wipeout, the other on the verge of being eliminated. That is the T2K right now struggling. Team FN, they need to survive as well. But on the other side, if you're talking about the Team XOTIC, at this angle, look at that. XOTIC kinda not looking good, as Preetham, the last guy, the last man remaining, has managed to take down 2 of his opponents, 2 of his adversaries, the Royal Dragons player. But is this going to be enough for you to like survive from this point onward? The answer will be no. Josefa throwing grenades towards the side of the team T2K as well. Igneous, look at Igneous HP. He is barely stranding on the strand of that hair. He is just standing on the strand of that hair. Even a single blow from the players can actually take him out. Igneous, you have to be very careful as Love gets taken down. It is all comes down to you. You have to make sure that not even a single bullet grazes you, because if it does, T2K, the chance that you have of securing the top 4, top 3 position, it will all be for naught for the day number 1.
Oh man, one
Told
bullet
you.
to finish them off. T2K Esports says goodbye. I mean, Igneous was hanging on by a thread. He could pretty much trip on a rock, and that's the end of him. But yeah, that last bullet really did him in. But with that, that's one more team down. That's T2K. In fact, they'll be saying goodbye for tonight, but of course not over just yet for Royal Dragon and XOTIC Esports. Look like they're still at it against each other. Claw versus Pretam, 1 versus 1, but there's backup coming in from the back. Pretam quite low on health. What are they gonna do at this point? Looks like Claw will be going in for the kill,
over.
and with that, that is actually a full elimination of XOTIC Esports with the death of their last member.
That is indeed another team, another player gets completely wiped off. Team RC, reject. They were close to the farm areas, the fight near the team Nomshing's REDFORCE, but I don't know why they did not look in the compounds, and they were just like, okay, we're just gonna move away from there. RAKSHYAS, let's see how well are they going to be able to hold on to their performance as one player gets knocked out. It's a finisher. Lucifer, he's in his car, he's closing down. Kenzo low on that HP, he needs to heal himself, but he does not have any kind of like utilities, the first aid kits, the med kits for his name. He only has some bandages, some boosters to use on himself, and this is not looking good for the guy. FN Esports on the other hand, final, closing in. Ghost at least gets Ghost elimination. On the backside, we can see Kenzo, another team, another player from a different team into the premises. The fight can definitely happen. Come on, final. Go. Save your teammates. Save Ghost. This is not looking good for the guy as the Ghost gets wiped off by the play zone. This is the play zone damage, and you have to get inside of that play zone. And I just realized that we haven't talked about the play zone, Annie. We saw it at the very start going hard southeastern areas all the way to the Milta power plant and the Milta city. But after that, if the circle takes another shift towards the hard southwestern eastern side, it's going to be into the water.
Well, I want to see the circle now, but DRX over here getting those sprays on. 4MV taking a lot of damage. Giles actually hanging on to dear life as well, both on the red. See who will go on and rescue them. But they do have a vehicle. They can get away, but unfortunately, I feel like someone was getting left behind. Look at the circle, however. Yeah, that's a lot of water. So, you know what? The players will have to worry about that. For now, we just have to worry about so many people dying. We're down 14 teams, 47 players left in this Erangel map, the last map for tonight.
Come on, I was hoping the circle would go east, hard east, but no, it decided to go west, back on the land-tied areas. Yes, there is some water. There is some still distilled water in the areas, the salt water sides, but not enough that you're going to be panicking for the room, for the breathing spaces. No, you have enough space, you have enough locations for yourself, for your team, for your enemies, to like subdue at this point. But look at DRX manages to take down Doc's car. The back tire has been punctured. The car goes sideways. Soiz closes in for the fight. Refus manages to take down Soiz. Down to the last player, QXZZZ. Once again, the man with the survival instinct. Will he survive once again for the team? This is the bigger question. Right now, he's throwing the grenades. He's cooking those grenades up. He's going to throw it up. It's not going to hit anybody. Actually, it does hit someone, but not enough to get them eliminated from the match. Look at Zeol's HP. Once again, back to the very Slytherin HP. just the last strand once again. But QXZZZ, you have been completely surrounded by the players, like the police surround the compartments as they are going to raid your house with the bombs, with the grenades, and each and every single utility is going to count. DRX out of this match.
That was pretty brutal. That was just a grenade that pretty much ate up his whole HP bar. But over here, RAKSHYAS ESPORTS trying to see if they can get some bullets to connect against FN. And I'm just gonna say I love FN, but not doing quite well just yet. Looks like they did lose 2 members already on their side. There's only 2 players left standing. But on the other hand, KINOTROPE not doing quite well. They need to revive 2 of their players. And there's only 1 left that's kind of standing. But over here, the Xavier Leviso, they have a chance to kind of destroy these last few players of KINOTROPE. You know, an elimination is an elimination. If he can get these eliminations in the bag, well, that's a point on their side. And 1 point does go on. And KINOTROPE does get wiped off from this map. We're down to 12 teams left, 34 rather players remaining. And you know what? This is a stage 2 circle. Is gonna move on to stage 3 really soon, and this game is just gonna go really fast.
The game will be going really fast, but look at DRS. Come on, come on. Utilize the shots, and there we go. They managed to utilize this, get 1 down. Marcelo is also down. Giante, now it's up to you. Look at that grenade. Till the very end. Throw it up. Get that elimination. And that's what he does. That's what he does. Ladies and gentlemen, he managed to get another elimination for the side of his teammate, Team C1, down to the very last guy. And that guy is kind of running away. Atomic. You are atomic. Use that ultimate against the enemies. Come on. Use your abilities. Use your utilities. Get those shots, get those eliminations connected. But right now, being a survival, like a solo survival player for the team, it kind of puts him into the position, into the forefront that, okay, everything is riding on him, and that builds up a lot of pressure. Maybe that's why he's not taking the fight. But look at DRS versus the team for Miracle Vibes. The fight is finally going to happen. Marcelo is in the car. He gets shot, but instantly, for Miracle Vibes, Zeol, that was closing in for the fight, he gets taken down. Zeol, things are not looking good for you, and that neither is for the rest of the players of the 4 Miracle Vibes. Down to the very last player they are as well. So something needs to be done for Miracle Vibes. This is your chance. This is your chance. If you get eliminated, that's an easy entry into the top 3, top 4 for the DRS.
And just taking a look at how everyone else is faring, there's a lot of teams that they do need some resets. They're losing a lot of health. But on the other hand, ASxI8 so far doing quite well. They do have 4 eliminations, and right now they're just in their vehicles trying to see if they can get some pickoffs, get some eliminations. And of course, there is a squad nearby. However, whether or not they'll be going in for that engagement, that's just left yet to be seen. And it looks like actually maybe perhaps they'll be going in and try to get this pick off against FN's final. But whether or not they'll get that kill, that's something we'll find out really soon.
That is something we definitely will find out really soon. 11 total teams are residing into the match, are remaining into the match. And talking about the players, the engagement that we are seeing, look at this, 28 total remaining players, 11 total teams. Casanova right now, come on, you can do this. Get out of this premises, get into a safer side, take that fight from a different angle. So far, 4 elimination for the team ASxI8. It definitely can get them a decent start, and there we go. Casanova managed to get 1 down. FN Sports, they're also into the area, but down to the last player. The final is actually the final player of the game, but ASxI8, baby, is the ace eliminator so far for the lobby. He is gonna have those 2 eliminations for his team members, but there we go. Delta cooking the grenade down onto the last guy of the 4 Miracle Vibes as well. 4 Miracle Vibes, Doc, Y2T's grenade is actually gonna hit him up. It's over for the guy. 4 Miracle Vibes out of the match as well.
Oh man, I did like 4 Miracle Vibes, but it is what it is. We're gonna be seeing them perhaps tomorrow as well to kind of, you know, get the points back that they lost in this day. But of course, it's not over just yet. Champions Esports Atomic does
Ooh.
get wiped out alongside for the rest of the team, but it was a good run for them. On the other hand, taking a look at how the other teams are faring, of course, DRS doing quite well with 8 eliminations already on their side, and FN finally pulling through and just showing their true colors with 7 eliminations. But unfortunately, at this time, at this moment, they do have only 1 player left standing, so it's not looking good for them. The best thing that they can do perhaps is go for placement points, but depending on how confident they are with their guns, with their skills, maybe they can get some more eliminations in the bag. Who knows? But over here, the Xavier Levy, so once again, the last person standing on their team, the last hope, in fact. They do have 3 eliminations all alone. Alongside Lamborghini, they do have 4 eliminations, but whether or not they'll get another on their side, um uh, probably likely depending on how Leviso will play their cards. But right now, RD's at a distance. Let's see what Leviso will do with that information.
We do have to see what Leviso is going to do from this point onward, Ed. He is once again from the D Xavier side this time around, the solo guy that is surviving. It is everything up to him. He's in the circle. That is a good thing that he's in the circle for now. But for how long? As Team Royal Dragons, they are cooking those grenades up. The grenade went to the main room instead of the stair rooms, and that might not be a good start for the side of the Team Royal Dragons. You could have thrown that grenade into the stairs room, and that could have been the it for the players. But there we go. The Molotov first, the grenade second. It's over. D Xavier's out of the match. They are already gone. But Team HORAA, come on. Things are not looking good for the HORAA Esports, as well as Jiggle and Nofia. The last 2 guys that are surviving, they are trying to get that survival done on the players. But ASxI8, they're the one that are being the aggressors in this fight. Nofia, you need to heal yourself as soon as possible. ASxI8 closing in, getting those shots on the players, but not enough for the connectivity, not enough for the eliminations so far. Baby is going to get into the car. He's going to find out that the car may not have enough fuel, but Josefa, oh my god. What? Casanova, you beast. What kind of a move was that?
Only they know, but legends would know. But of course, we're gonna be observing the rest of these teams, how they'll fare. RXS, not looking good for them. They only have 1 player left, and they're quite a bit low in health. But over here, Royal Dragon on our cameras, we're seeing that there are only 2 players left on their side. That would be Claw and Troublemaker, and I can see Claw is just making circles around their car. Not sure what they're getting at, but whatever it is, it's working because he has 4 eliminations. And so, who are we to speak about that? But of course, we're looking at this circle. Lots of open fields. There are some buildings, and it looks like Claw will be throwing that grenade. Whoa! That was a good shot. I'll give it to you, Claw. That was a good shot with that grenade, eliminating off this one team.
That definitely was. It was a decent grenade. But right now, we are down to the top 6 teams. Top 6 teams from, like, a majority of them, almost, we can say 80% of them, are at the top 4 already. DRS, FN, ASxI8, RD. And I'm talking about those elimination points that they have accumulated so far into this match. RC, HORAA, they are somewhat still struggling, with RC having 3 eliminations, with 4 players still remaining into the game, so they can still have a decent amount of chance. Even in this match, Team HORAA, on the other hand, I don't know what to say to them, for them, but FN Esports, final, your last chance of securing that top position, but the player not only manages to walk into that Molotov, but also closes in FN out of this match after those 9 eliminations to their name. It is all down to these last 5 players to get that chicken dinner for themselves. It is a reject, it is DRS, it is ASxI8 with 4 men still remaining.
These last 15 players, they have to watch where they're going at this point. this is a pretty crucial time. These are the last few minutes of this game, and it's all gonna matter. Whoever gets the chicken dinner, that's sweet 10 placement points. But over here, we're looking at the Claw with 5 eliminations, trying to look for their 6th. Those bullets aren't connecting on the car just yet, and so Claw will be trying to see if they can, reposition themselves in this situation. Of course, there's still several teams up in this fray. ASI baby getting that knock on Claw finally. And of course, still no complete team elimination, but the player numbers are going down. Jinx does get picked off, but still, DRS Gaming pretty good on their side. They still have 4 players left standing, so they have good prospects in terms of surviving this until the end. But the reality is lots of things can happen within a few minutes, so we'll just have to wait see what happens.
I totally agree with you on that, Annie, that anything can happen within the few minutes, within the few seconds. This is the beauty of the PUBG Mobile. And in 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see another shift of the circle, another circle shift, another reduced radius of the premises. So who's going to be in the circle, who's not going to be in the circle? There we have our answers as the circle closes on. RC right now, they're barely inside of that circle. They need to get into the very corner where RAKSHYAS is. Josefa in the meanwhile is going to take a duello down from the team Reject side. Reject is instantly going to go get that revival done, but now they have another problem. They have another situation going on for themselves, and that is, where is Team ASxI8 actually shooting them from? The main question will remain a secret for now, as Team ASxI8, they have their momentum, they have their locations completely secured into the stealth mode against all of these players. But look at this, DRS, as they're moving forward towards the Team RD side, they're also getting some shots connected on towards their angle. Delta is going to get out of the car. We can see Troublemaker throwing those grenades and not going to get any kind of connections on towards the players. Now it's a 1 versus 4 going around. Troublemaker, he's going to be taken down. It's going to be all over. Royal Dragon out of this game, out of this premises. But Marcelo instantly is going to get into his car after this one more elimination, one more kill point, elimination point. He's going to get in his car hungry for even more eliminations.
Yeah, I'm definitely get hungry for more eliminations. I mean, that's the plan. That's definitely the plan. But for now, it looks like RC will be going on for the initiative. They're making a lot of noises with their cars, but ASxI8, they will be using that information to their advantage. Shots coming in, fortunately not really connecting, but at the side of RC, it's going well for them. DRS Gaming as well. DRS is doing quite well, actually. That's 10 eliminations already, but unfortunately, one of their players does need that revive. But that won't be a problem as long as all 4 members are still standing. And once again, we're 23 minutes into the game. So, these players are doing quite well. RC, looks like they will be going on the aggressive. Coming in to the fray. DRS versus RC, lots of bullets coming in from both sides. DRS, 2 players down on the knock. Needs that revive. On the other hand, RC does have a 1 as well. But the question remains, which squad will be wiped out from this situation? This is a 1 versus 1. Marcelo versus a player from Reject. With that just means Reject loses that fight against DRS. And now we're down to 3 teams left.
We are down to the very 3 teams, but oh no, it's a back and forth going on the elimination side. Look at the Team DRS's elimination. That's 14 to their name. ASxI8 closing in. Josefa. Now, at this point, I would say ASxI8, they have a really amazing chance, decent chance of securing that chicken dinner. But judging from the position that ASxI8 has put themselves into, this could have been detrimental, but they managed to secure DRS's elimination. That's 11 eliminations so far. A 1v2 is finally going to commence. HORAA ESPORTS down to the last guy surviving. But the main problem that the Team ASxI8 is actually going to face is going to be the one that, where are they going to find this final guy? Is he in the compound? Is he in the open somewhere? Is he behind a rock? Or is he behind any bush?
That's a question that we'll be finding out the answer to in a few minutes. Because right now, No Fear 911 hiding behind this car, getting hunted down by the last two players of ASxI8. I mean, no fear. I wonder if they can pull off like a clutch against the this two last players of ASxI8. This is a two versus one, basically. Numbers advantage, obviously not on their side, but still, you know what? If No Fear manages to take down these two players, that'll be pretty crazy. And they're quite spread out from each other, so it's possible. So I'm really excited to see how No Fear will pull this off. What will they do at this point?
What is he gonna do at this point? No fear, it is
Ooh.
all down to you. But finally, the location has been revealed. No fear. Everybody know from the team ASI8, okay, where this guy is. The grenade could have been detrimental, but it just hit that tree. If there was like even a slight tilt to that grenade, if it had landed behind that tree, this could have been the end for the players. But there we go. No Fear is finally going to get a decent amount of damage from the grenade. Huzefa cooking another one. Instantly, he's going to throw it up. HORAA, No Fear. Come on. There is nothing that you can do, and it's all over. ASI8 getting that final chicken dinner for themselves into the day number one, match number 6.
I mean, No Fear, they tried, they definitely tried, but then again, the numbers weren't on their side. And I don't know, they gave away their location quite early on with those bullets, with those grenades. So you know what? I mean, like, all I can say is was a nice try, but unfortunately, they couldn't get any extra eliminations from that situation. And once again, congratulations to ASxI8. I believe this is their second winner chicken dinner for tonight. They're doing quite well. And so, with that, I'd really like to see the statistics. But, anyways, ASxI8, they're a pretty decent team. I'm really excited to see how they'll perform in the next 2 days as well.
Let me tell you, the first match that was of the Rondo, they secured the chicken dinner over there. And now, as we are down to the very last game of today's as well, they managed to like squeeze out another chicken dinner for themselves. And that is definitely going to put them into at least the top 3. Maybe if they have a decent number of points in this match, if they manage to like overtake the other team like NP, they might be able to even secure that top position. They might be even the crowning number top position into the day number 1. But there's still 2 more days. There are still 2 more days. You cannot forget about that. Getting the top position in just a single day does not mean anything. Yes, it does mean that, okay, you have clearly have an advantage into the day number 1 against the other team, but that can change. We have talked about this, and that can change very quickly. Just like this match a while ago, if you're talking about the HORAA esports, they were hungry for these eliminations. They were hungry for that. They actually went forward. They had 4 players remaining, 10 eliminations. As we saw them get 14 eliminations, they were down to the very last guy, and that greed, I'd say, that kill hungry like statistic mindset is what actually like made them lose a majority of those players. Had they set themselves into a safer side, not overwent their like positions to get those eliminations done, this could have been different. This could have been the HORAA's chicken dinner, but nonetheless, a baby with the 6th elimination, 3 for Uzam, 2 for Casanova, and 1 for Huzefa. In an equal to, that is 12 eliminations that the team is going to secure for themselves. ASI8 ending their game, ending their day number 1 on a higher note.
Yeah, love the damage dealt by Baby right there. That's an angel number, 777. Quite lucky, if we're gonna say anything about it. But of course, the MVP of the match will go on to FN Esports HOXI with 6 eliminations and 1,040 damage with their longest elimination of 221 meters. Pretty good statistics, but unfortunately, FN, they couldn't really pull through in this map. Maybe they'll have a better chance tomorrow because so far they have been performing quite well. They did fall off several times, however, in some maps, but still they racked up a pretty decent amount of points for today. And of course, once again, talking about day 2 and day 3, these 18 teams, they could pretty much watch the stream and see how the other teams perform, and they can study that and then strategize on how they'll deal with the other teams later on. But once again, match summary, this is 70 total eliminations, 12 grenade eliminations, 0 airdrops looted, 2 vehicle eliminations, 6,707 healing done, and of course, longest elimination does go on to HORAA Esports Sleepy with 335 meters.
That is a decent summary. 70 eliminations, 12 grenades, 2 vehicle eliminations. But the one thing that did not happen in this match is the airdrop looting. But here we go. Teams to focus. It is ASxI8, DRS, Team Royal Dragons, and HORAA Esports. Talking about the utilities, the dumps, ASxI8 threw 22 smokes, 6 grenades, and just a single Molotov. Whereas DRS, we can see a decent number of grenades and the smokes with just 2 Molotovs into the very middle. Royal Dragons, 7 grenades, 1 Molotov, 0 smokes, and last but not the least, it is HORAA Esports with 4 grenades and 5 smokes whatsoever. And not only that they managed to secure 14 eliminations, they did it so in just this amount of throwables. Here we go. ASxI8, 22 total points. DRS, 14 elimination points and 19 total points to their name. Royal Dragons, 10 total points with 9, RC with 9 alongside of Team FN, but DX4, Nomshing's REDFORCE with 4, MERICAL Vibes with 4, and alongside BTR and KN they have 3 points. RAKSHYAS 2 alongside of XOTIC, Vampire and NEPX only managed to secure 1.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. T2K, they had such a good run in the previous map, but right now they're down to 0 points. And that goes the same with Champions and DRX. They're pretty decent teams. But once again, Battle Royale, there is an element of luck. So, sometimes you do well. You do really well in one map. And then the other times, you find yourself getting picked off quite early on. But I must say, however, there are a lot of really good teams in this event. So, just to say that they all have their chance at shining on the leaderboards. But for now, especially for the teams that need a lot of catching up to do, they do need to step it up in day 2 and day 3. And, I'm really excited to see what the overall leaderboards look like. And yeah, definitely, we see the overall leaderboards a little bit nervous on the side of number 1 and number 2. They're only a point apart, and so lots of things can happen later on, and I'm pretty sure none of them will stay in this rank for very long.
That is completely true. Nobody's gonna stay in this rank for very long, but they're gonna stay here at least for tonight. They're gonna look at it. They're gonna be happy about it. Okay, we were at this point. We're gonna do good tomorrow, much better tomorrow. But I'm talking about the bottom line teams, the number 18 RAKSHYAS, the Exotics, the Reject, all the players up until the hashtag number 10. You only have 31 until points. And from that position, from that perspective, if you are talking about the fact that it might not be a good start for you, you can definitely, most certainly make a great, decent end for yourself from this point onward. All you need to do is you need to set up the momentum. You need to if you're over pushing, stop over pushing, bring up a pace of action for your games, make a strategy, make a rotation, how you're going to play it out, whether you want to take those early fights or whether you do not want to take those early fights, depending on your position into the overall ranking. And that's the only thing that can actually help you into the next couple of days, the next 2 days, to get at least into a decent position where you are going to secure those prize pool distribution for yourself.
Yeah, and that's the important part, The best part of the event is the prize pool. And if they want a cut of that, they have to make it to at least top 5. And so you guys saw the overall rankings after these 6 matches. So, you know what? These teams, it's all up to them and how they'll deal with it. And of course, we will be ending the stream really soon. That was our last match for tonight. Of course, we still have day 2 and day 3. So for those of you tuning in, for those of you who have their favorite teams, do keep watching and, keeping updated on PUBG Mobile's Training Grounds Pro Nepal to see any updates. And of course, same time tomorrow, we'll have a stream again. So, Torix, looks like
yes. With this, the day has been completely ended. The teams that played, they did an amazing job, but we still have tomorrow and the day after. So make sure you guys do tune in for that as well. Make sure you hit that subscribe, make sure you hit that like, and we will see you tomorrow with the same time, same action, same teams. Until then, have a good night.
again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent. Had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back, for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent. Had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back, for the people in the back, back, for the people in the back, back, for the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
People in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, get 'em up. One time for the people in the back, in the back, in the back, for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, 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 for the people in the back, for the people in the back, for the people in the
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Run it back again. Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, gotta